your worst. This my turf, way I move is inertia. Can't be stopped, it's unheard of. From the dirt, sweat got my feet muddy. Spend my Wednesday, might search you. On my word, path took plenty turns and wrote my confidence in cursive. When submerged, I found resolving my purpose and tell you about it back on surface. I survived. I survived. Ever been lost in the woods, praying that it don't get dark? Ooh. Ever been in a situation couldn't win, but you still had heart? Yeah, if you anything like me, evolve from chum to shark, the hunger starts to grow apart you didn't know you had. It's like that, flip the switch, turn it up, and I'm giving it gas. I lock it in on free, adrenaline double my percent. Made a home in the unknown, I swear I never fear again. I got ice in my blood, big enough to down this shit. I don't care how bad it get, I got 10 toes down, don't forget, I survived. I survived. When you on the brink, and you in too deep, when you feeling weak, when it's hard to breathe, you gon' take a knee? Never. You gon' keep it G forever. Stand up and face whatever. I'm built unique, I'm better than the hard times I've seen. Crime scene, obscene, face the ugly, cover up like Maybelline. Had uncertainty and urgency, cut from me like surgery. Formed again more sturdily, personally. I don't see nobody stopping me. I don't see nobody topping me. I don't see nobody honestly. I run you over if that's what it's gotta be. And it's gotta be what I look like, having fear still haunt me. What I look like, having regret haunt me. Pay that price, I don't care what it costs me. All my life been me against the army. I'ma push the red button on them like Atari. I'm big dog with a human like a Maltese. See more fall off the 03 tall tees. Not sorry for the way I am. Learn to ball them up with no one holding your hand. Never back down, never hide in the sand. If you ain't hear the message, let me say it again. Yo, let me say it again. I survived. I survived. I survived. I survived.
When are you gonna upgrade your system?
Once there was a hunter who saw what others could not. With a magic case in her backpack, she roamed with wild abandon into the great unknown. Her gaze inescapable, her reflexes lightning fast. When armies swarmed, she went through. With eyes open wide, hands steady, holding, watching, capturing everything in sight.
The Crucial Pro DDR5 RAM kit comes with a sleek, modern look that will complement any build. But aesthetics aside, it's the performance that really matters. So let's dive into it. The default JEDEC timings are 46, 45, 45, but it does come with 2 XMP and Expo settings for those looking for a little more performance. With XMP 3.0 Profile 1, you can push the speed up to 5600 megatransfers per second. If you prefer a slightly lower speed but tighter timings, Profile 2 offers 5200 megatransfers per second at 42, 42, 42 timings. We've run some benchmarks and stress tests to give you an idea of how it performs. In general, dropping the speed and tightening the timings with the second XMP/Expo profile yielded better results for us on our test system. Paired with a Ryzen 7800X 3D, we saw anywhere from a 1 to 5% performance bump depending on workloads. All in all, the Crucial Pro DDR5 64GB RAM kit by Micron is a fantastic choice for first-time builders and enthusiasts alike.
up! Come on, come on, come on!
Eyes on the battle, not your screen, Commander.
I was thinking we could use some backup. Yes! Now, Brian!
Steal your pride, Wolf. The fish girl is winning.
Woo!
He's mine.
Not bad, little leader.
Guessing you have a plan, Commander.
We win!
Yeah, I was undercover, wrote me off like the others, but I had secrets inside. You didn't pay attention, like an experiment. No, you're gonna pay for your crimes. I'll change your perspective, I'll teach you a lesson. Look at me now. Oh, look at me now. Try to take me down. Lost but now I'm found. Used to be the victim in the dead of night, but I can be a villain in the moonlight. Look at me now. In the moonlight.
Hello, guys, and welcome to Crucial by Micron presents the Esports Club Community Cup August Open powered by Zotac Gaming. We are here in the finals between Temple of Kings versus Altar of Kings. A very exciting matchup, and I think to summarize it all, I'm going to have my co-caster Kaka walk us through this exciting matchup. Kaka, tell us a bit more of what we can expect from these two teams today.
I mean, these teams faced each other a fortnight. 2 days ago, and that was a really close series. Best of 3. AOK dominated first game, had a good second game as well, but unfortunately lost, and then lost the series 2-1. So again, AOK is the only team to take a game off TOK. And even in the last tournament, we were expecting these two teams to make it to the finals, but unfortunately, they were in the same side of the bracket, and TOK won that best of 1. And yeah, like I'm expecting a full 5-game series, and I would be really surprised if it's not, and if it's a 3-0 to either TOK or AOK.
Yeah, so that's exactly, I think this is what makes the final a lot more exciting actually at this point, right? Because these are two teams who have made their way to the finals. These are technically the two teams that have been the strongest. Again, just summarizing the format, we did run a tournament format at this point, which started off as a single elimination, but then once we got to the 8 teams, it moved towards a double elimination format. And this is where, you know, Temple of Kings have already beaten Altar of Kings in the upper bracket, but then Altar of Kings have fought their way through the lower bracket to sort of again culminate into a finals, which is their opportunity now to see if they can do something. Remember, this is a tournament worth 1 lakh rupee prize pool. Like the first place walks away with 50,000 rupees, the second place team walks away with 30,000, and the last place team walks away with 20,000. So a lot, Kaka, is up for grabs. We've essentially more than doubled our last year's prize pool, right? This is, I think, one of the largest prize pools we've seen in League of Legends India history.
Yeah, and second place is 30,000. That was the winning prize in the last tournament. So I mean, you can already see the difference. Third place already has been locked in by the Radiants. They lost 2-1 to AOK yesterday. Again, that was a very close series as well. Going into the brackets, as I was talking about, lower brackets, final Radiants 1 to Altar of Kings 2 in that best of 3 series. And if you just look at that upper bracket finals, Temple of Kings 1-2-1, but it wasn't as convincing, especially in game 1 where Altar of Kings were just running riot.
Yeah, and I think at this point in time, like you said, you know, this might be one of the finals where, unlike the ones that we saw in the July edition, I think you're rightly said this is going to be very close. I think Altar of Kings have realized where they have, where they can improve on. I think this is going to be a finale that is genuinely worth a finale, right? This is where it all comes down to, right? The advantage, of course, that Temple of Kings have staying in the upper bracket is they get side selection in games 1 and moving forward as well. But again, Altar of Kings, this is their second opportunity. Now is the time for them to redeem themselves and take over the throne from Temple of Kings, because, you know, we keep talking about this team, but this is again the team that went to Asian Games. This is the team that is sitting atop of the throne, right? And they have so far not been dethroned.
Yeah, and this is the team to beat as well. Catbot in the mid lane, Black Infinity in the jungle, even Kratos having an excellent tournament so far yet again. Just like the last one, he has warmed up to his teammates now. and now it is his second tournament. Angels Lotus, again, one of the best AD carries, if not the best in the country currently. But in the top 10, we do have a substitution coming in. Crow will be playing in place of RTO. Panda's not available as well. So I think a few cracks maybe that AOK can exploit. Again, AOK as well playing with the substitute jungler in Dragoon, but I think Dragoon's a better jungler anyway. So it is helping their cause. So I think AOK is stronger than they were previously when they faced each other like 2 days ago.
Yeah, I mean, that makes sense. Substitutions coming on the side, the top lane for Temple of Kings, like you said, also happens to be one of the stronger points for Altar of Kings. So you have Dead Corporal. I think arguably I would say the current best top lane in the region right now, who has been active for a really long time. His opportunity to really exploit that lead for himself and also to have Dragoon back in the roster. Again, a very, very old, a veteran of the League of Legends India scene. He's considered as one of the top junglers in the region FR. Was also known to come out with some really interesting picks back in the day. I remember the Kaisa jungle that he used to play as well, but in general, just a really, really good player as well. And then, of course, you have, the carries on the side of Temple of Kings as well, that you've seen how well Akshay just performed in the mid lane. You have Angels Lotus. So again, different strengths on each side. You also have Black Infinity, I would say the current best jungler in the League of Legends scene. So I think definitely going to be the run for the money, right? And now, guys, we are moving into Champ Select. So game 1 is about to start. This is a best of 5, mind you. Kaka, walk us through picks and bans. Any sort of expectations you have in terms of picks? What can you tell us about the bans and picks that are happening right now?
Yeah, so again, these guys faced very recently. Vive was banned all 3 games. So was the Karthus from the side of AOK. And expect a Zinjao ban coming in from the side of Temple of Kings. There you have it. And I think not a lot is going to change, especially in the game 1 where the teams do feel each other out and see what the strong points are. Leona will get banned against Kratos. He is an amazing Leona player and a playmaker in that. So I think that's pretty good. I'm expecting a Rel ban or an MF ban to come in from Temple of Kings. Right here. So let's see how
seems
that
like
goes.
really strong in the meta right now as well. It is being picked by the top regions as well. Super strong lane
Correct.
dominance at this point, and just makes the leading phase so much better for the team. I think this is one of the priority picks as well. Kaka, we are also seeing a lot of Ashe being picked in pro play. Do you expect any of these teams to pick up Ashe for themselves, because it provides a lot of utility, like you said, or is that something you think these players might not stray away from that much?
Yeah, I think both of these AD carries are capable of playing the Ashe. I mean, Ashe has a lot of utility, has a long range ultimate which can stun you forever, has the hawk shot to just track the jungler as well. So a lot of utility, a lot of damage as well. Unfortunately, we do have a disconnection coming in from a player, so we will be getting right back into the Champ Select. But talking about the Rel and MF, Suvo played the Rel 2 days ago, even yesterday, and he kept on landing the knockup and Magnet Storm onto 3-4 people. So his Rel has been really, really good in this tournament, and I expect that Rel to get banned throughout the series. Same on the other side, Kratos on the Leona is so strong, and yeah, let's see when the Leona's banned, does he go back to that Nautilus or some other, team finding champion?
I do like the current meta nowadays. It's actually more focused towards engage supports and no longer towards enchanter supports as well. And like you said, the pick of the litter is there. You have Suvo on his Rel, who's a beast. You have the Leona that is already being banned out as well. And there's other picks, the Nautilus. There is also a Braum to counteract that. There's the Alistair, there's the Rakan. We are in an engage support meta or tank support meta, which makes things a lot more fun to watch because it's more about fights. And this one thing I can definitely say with the Indian meta is people love to engage in fight, right? So you will see those sort of picks coming out. And like you said, Kaka, the Rel is banned. The respect is being given to Suvo.
Yeah, and again, we are going to touch back on that top lane. You said Dead Corporal might arguably the best, top laner in the scene right now. Panda is definitely the best top laner in the region right now, and he is playing the game. It's not Crow. Panda will be playing that first game.
Oh, beautiful.
So the one crack that we did talk about, I mean, that's looking more like a strength for the side of Temple of Kings. So I think this is looking very dicey for AOK coming in. I hope they know as well that Panda's playing, and let's see if they do decide to ban him out. But the man can play anything, so good luck doing that.
Yep. honestly, at this point in time, like there's no nicks in the armor of Temple of Kings. Their original top laner is back. I like the Nocturne ban against Dragoon. Again, this is one champion he has played a lot in the past. Is known to actually play a lot of Nocturne
Yes.
himself, and interesting to see that getting banned out.
Yeah, and actually did play 2 games of Nocturne yesterday till the Nocturne got picked up by the side of Radiance. And then he reverted back to his Sejuani. We talked about MF getting banned. It does find itself, being open, and T-Berry is not going to waste time picking that up. Lucian gets logged in for Angel's Lotus, is what we are expecting, but can go in the mid lane as well.
I'm
And let's see
surprised,
what the
Kaka. Like
second pick is going
we
to
are
be.
seeing a lot
Yeah.
of we are seeing a lot of Corki Maoka in the meta as well. Corki in general has been a very undisputed mid lane champion of choice. Not seeing any priority come out from this side. In fact, it's going to be the Melio lock-in. Is it on the side of Temple of Kings?
Yes.
Not
So
really
Milio
someone
and
we've seen that
Lucian.
often.
Yeah, but like Milio and Lucian were a really strong pairing not too long ago, like 2-3 patches ago. And speaking about the Corki, he has been nerfed like twice in the last 2 patches. The items that he makes, especially the Doran's blade that he starts with, has been nerfed as well. So I mean, he's still strong in the meta, but he, at least in our scene, it's not a first pick worthy champion. Senna got a lot of buffs and has been turned into a support AP style champion, the Enchanters. So that will get picked up by Suo as well. Had a very good performance in Game 3 yesterday. In a very chaotic game, he managed to not die. And Pantheon gets logged in for Thorfinn. Thorfinn is known to play these AD champs in the mid lane like Xinjiao, Nafiri, Pantheon, you name it. So he will log that in, and let's see what Catbot will reply with.
It's a lot of physical damage coming on the side of Altar of Kings, mind you. I think they need to pick a jungler that can actually play AP or has AP damage. I mean, we have seen Brandon Zyra pop up in the meta quite a bit. There's also the Lilia
Karthus.
that does quite well, but then again you have the Karthus, the AP pick jungle coming out from Black Infinity. Kaka, this is the champion set that's getting banned out every game. This game it was not, and Temple of Kings have picked it for themselves.
Yeah, and this guy is like the best Karthus player that I have seen, and he just farms like crazy. He is always there to support his teammates as well. I think that champion should always be banned against Black Infinity, and I think this is looking pretty bleak for AOK because that Karthus should not have seen the face of the Rift, and I'm pretty scared for AOK right now.
Yeah, I think this is going to be interesting to see what are the bans coming out. Do see the Syndra getting banned out from Akshaj, the Nasus getting banned out. Might want to talk a bit more about that, Kaka. Nasus top, maybe
Yeah,
the
I think
Ivan
this
getting banned
pick-
out as well.
Yeah, so the Nasus has been a pretty strong pick in the current meta. You get that Doran's ring, take 3 points in E, and you can just clear the caster minions ASAP and just keep stacking your Q. So historically Nasus has been a pretty weak top laner because of the laning phase, but now with how people have adapted to playing him, he is one of the lane bullies in fact. So it's a good ban coming out from Temple of Kings. Again, a lot of scaling in the Nasus, good early game as well, and that W of his is just so irritating to play against as well. On
Definitely.
the opposite side though, Altar of Kings
What are the
will ban the
picks,
Syndra and Hui. Yeah, just speaking about the Syndra and Hui bans, I am not a big fan of those 2 bans because AP has already been drafted for Temple of Kings, and I'm just gonna pause myself and say Panda has picked his one-trick champion in the Renekton. We both know how good he is. You have faced him multiple times playing that Renekton, and I'm pretty sure you had a hard time as well playing against him. So
Yeah,
take it
and
away.
currently it's just one of those picks that because he has to go blind pick here, like he's on the red side, they're gonna give the counter of the mid lane to Akshar, right? So Renekton is possibly the best blind pick that you can pick right now, and again very strong in lane, gives a lot of sustain, heal, and 1v1 potential as well, right? So, and on the other side, this is going to be an on pickup, so it's just even better for the Renekton because he's going to have complete priority in that top lane. Expect a lot of lane pushing, expect a lot of rotations coming out from Panda because of the fact that On is
the
getting picked.
Kaisa
However,
jungle
as
is
the game
here.
scales, as the game scales, you will see that the On will have more utility. But Kaisa jungle, we spoke about this just a few minutes back, Kaka. This guy is known to play orthodox picks, and there you have it.
Correct, but that was in a meta where Kaisa Jungle was maybe strong because of the items she used to make, the attack speed item, I can't remember the name. On this patch, however, I don't think that's the best champion that you want to pick. So I am very confused by that Kaisa pickup. I don't favor it as much, but again, Dragoon can make it work, so you never know how that goes. Temple of Kings have picked Aurora in the mid lane, so I think that's a strong pickup as well, especially against the MF and Senna, who are so immobile, right? So for them to get out of the Aurora ult, they have to burn their flashes. And against the Renekton and the picks on the side of Temple of Kings, I think the Temple of Kings have drafted really well. And if this draft does not work for Altar of Kings, I think they're going to be in big trouble in the next game.
Kaka, talk to me a little bit more about Aurora. She is a relatively new champ. What is her strengths? What does she do? What do you really have to watch out when you're playing against Aurora?
I mean, Aurora has a lot in her kit. It is a season 14-15 champion, so you can expect her kit to be overloaded anyway. You can instantly proc the electrocute, which I'm pretty sure Catbot is going to pick on the Aurora. Has the ultimate. It's just like a better Camille ult. Instead of one person, you're ulting 5 of them potentially, and none of them can get out unless they burn their flashes. And the damage is spread as well. So again, as we spoke earlier, the MF and the Senna are going to find it pretty hard in the team fights if Aurora does decide to ult, and she does have invisibility and a hop, skip, and jump as well, so she can dash.
You weren't
it's
kidding
just a
when you
very
said overloaded.
Yeah, I was not kidding.
Is
So
this,
you can't.
is this
You
the
can't
first
see
time Aurora has
gates
been
coming
picked,
in as
though?
well.
Is this the first time in
No,
the
so
tournament?
it was picked in the last tournament as well. Catbot is playing the Aurora pretty well, and he prefers playing that champion, and I don't blame him. It's a very overloaded champion. If you don't ban him, it's wise to pick it. So yeah, I'm glad he did that.
There you have it, guys. The compositions have been drafted. Altar of Kings are on the blue side for game 1. Temple of Kings are on the red side. You are seeing, yes, that's not Intel. That is going to be a Kaisa jungle, an old school pick from Dragoon. Will it pay off this time in the current meta with different items? We'll have to wait and watch. But just in terms of engage, Kaka, if I have to be a little honest about it, it does look like beyond Aurora herself, there's not really a lot of hard CC that Temple of Kings are drafting into their composition. And as you compare that with the the Dead Corporal's ultimate as well as Pantheon, there is a slightly more catch potential, I would say. And what do you expect? How do you expect the early game to go with the Kaisa jungle right now? Like, Karthus is going to be primarily AFK farming just to get to his level 6. Is Kaisa going to do the same? Or is the Kaisa just picked because there is a Karthus pick? Or do you feel like the Kaisa is then easier to pick because you know the Karthus is not really going to come and fight you in your jungle or try to counter it?
Yeah, but isn't the opposite true as well? As a Karthus, you would want someone like Kaisa playing against you so that you can farm in peace, and you are not going to get invaded as much. So for Karthus as well, the same is true. He would be looking to just farm it out, be very passive in the jungle, just establishing authority whenever it's needed, but just getting to that level 6 as soon as he can. And Kaisa, I am not too sure if it's really good while invading. I'm not sure how you pull that off, but we'll have to see. Dragoon has picked his champion, so I mean, we are expecting big things from him.
Yeah, I mean, they do have a lot of DPS at this point. You have double AD carry compositions coming out essentially at this point. And I think one thing you can always tell about Dragoon is that he is known to be a carry jungler. He has on multiple occasions carried single-handedly. He's done more damage than an AD carry as well. So he is looking to say in game 1, make a statement for himself and say, you know what, I'm going to take the Kaisa jungle and I'm going to be the carry for the team. Let's see if that works out. On the top side, like we said, we have the Renekton versus Ornn matchup. Again, on duty on Dead Corporal, they need to have some front line. They've chosen it. At this point, I do expect that the top lane is going to be very much in favor of the Renekton as time goes on with the item upgrades. I think that's when the tides will change. But if Temple of Kings get a strong enough early game, I think their late game is also quite strong with the Karthus as well, right? So Kaka, what are your sort of lanes to watch out for in the early game? Because it looks like bot lane might be...
Yeah. It will be the jungle matchup for me because of the Kaisa and Karthus and just how it goes. But it could be one of the most boring matchups as well, where they just end up AFK farming till they turn level 6 or 7. Kaisa, I mean, I can imagine a world where she can gank top lane once she turns 6 because of how much utility On can provide in the 1v1. But except for that, I think the draft favors TOK pretty heavily, according to me, because they have not shown anything that we don't know them to not play. The Karthus Infinity is known to play that champion. It's almost always banned. Panda's Renekton, we are too familiar with it. I have seen it like 1,000 times. Same for Catbot Aurora. It's a very heavily loaded champion, as we just talked about. So not a lot of surprising picks coming out from the side of TOK. Pretty standard stuff. But on the flip side, AOK have drafted the Kaisa, have drafted the Pantheon. So if that doesn't work out for them, then they will have to go deeper into their champion pool and see how it goes. So it is quite. I mean, if you're gonna try something, try it in the first game anyway. So we'll give them the benefit of the doubt, but AOK will need to perform here, or their strategy will be kind of exposed.
Yeah, I think a lot of the pressure, or not pressure, but at least expectation when you're playing a Pantheon mid lane is to have priority, is to then set up ganks in mid lane, or use your ultimate to set up ganks in the top or the bottom lane, right? So Thorfinn really will need to capitalize, because as the game progresses, Pantheon's effectiveness, I would say, would sort of go down in tiers, and this is where they need to build up a strong early game to see if they can have that amount of damage. On the bot side, we haven't spoken much about this, Kaka, but we do have the Misfortune Senna lane. Again, there is scaling on Altar of Kings, not to say that there isn't. There is the on items, there is a Senna as well, there's a Misfortune who's really good too. So when it does go to late game, I wouldn't necessarily say that they are lacking, but it's just about how are they going to be able to capitalize on that. You have the Lucian Milio, you have a lot of healing, you do have some priority as well. I'm curious personally. I think my lane to watch will be bot lane, because I think it's going to be interesting to see how that pans out. But we are entering into game, guys. This is going to be game 1 of the best of 5 series. You are watching Crucial by Micron presents the Esports Cup Community Cup August edition, powered by Zotac Gaming. And as we said, the Kaisa W hits up and gets to the jungle. So first damage, Kaka, already coming out for Dragoon on the Kaisa.
Yeah, starting the W can stack that up pretty quickly. They are going to invade into the top side to get those wards in. If you look, the On is very deep along with the Pantheon. Panda wisely sitting in the top tribe brush. They are not going to do any funny business there, but let's see what happens there. I'm not too sure why these guys are waiting there. Both the teams should have the knowledge though.
Yeah, Karthus would definitely want to start his blue. That much should be obvious to AOK as well. AOK on the other side might be anticipating the fact that, do they want to go and invade this Kaka? A Karthus, a Milio.
It looks like they are. It's a 4-man invade coming.
Yeah, I mean, it's more like you never expected. Yeah, and there you have it. At 125, they go in, and this is where Kaisa has to realize, you know what, guys, my red is going to get invaded. I'm going to go back up. Or not, I'm not sure at this point. It is going to be a battle of smites right here. There is no ward on the blue side. There it is now. 1v1 fight about to happen. Black Infinity has been reduced to shreds at this point, and he might be in trouble. There we go. First blood ends up going to the Dragoon right here. Ones are flashing out, but here you go. Angel's Lotus try to get one back. It's going to be 1-for-1. Both junglers are dead, mind you. Barrier being used. Angel's Lotus using the last of his HPs to kill out on T-Berry, who will end up dying. It's a 2-for-2 at the end of the day, and they will flash out. Here is Thorfinn trying to do some more damage, Kaka, but there you have it. Indian League of Legends meta, where at level 1 you'll have the Karthus invade, but 2-for-2 at the end of the day. First blood goes to the Kaisa, but then both AD carries get a kill piece.
Yeah, a very weird, I wouldn't say weird invade coming out, but the Karthus had to tank the red buff. Thorfinn might die here, has to burn his flash,
or Senna
and now
might
Shua might
well.
have to burn his flash as well.
Kaisa, sorry, the Catbot in the mid lane is just absolutely shredding into pieces. Gets the kill onto Suho as well. And suddenly, people just don't know how to deal with Aurora right here. Gives away, gets a flash from the mid lane, a flash from the support, and a kill. And just a very explosive start. 2 kills going over to Catbot without even hitting his first creep.
Yeah, and that is just bad news. for the side of AOK. That's one guy you do not want to get those kills on. And now he
Yeah,
has already gotten himself 600-700 gold lead without doing much. And I'm not too sure why Thorfinn and Clickbait were trying to fight him there. Both of them
Yeah,
ended up
this
burning the flash. Shuo even goes down, so that's very confusing. And TOK with a disaster of an invade coming out on top somehow.
yeah, it didn't work until it sort of had Catbot just getting a couple of kills, also a kill for himself at this point. The junglers have resumed the game, however, they are looking to just farm off this game at this point. But the 2 kills on Catbot, he's not based and gotten any items yet, but definitely you can expect him to do a lot of damage once he gets those items back. And at this point, Thorfinn, has gotten his level 2. I think Aurora will have to be a bit careful. There's a lot of full potential that Pantheon does have a level 2 as well, and he will smartly choose to back away a little bit. But Karthus now is invading the Raptors of Kaisa. Is he still going after the red? I'm not sure. And on the mid lane as well, the kill is coming back. Thorfinn, we said this, right? Press the attack, second ability on the Pantheon is able to get himself a kill. On the other side as well, Infinity will get the kill back, however. So it's still a 1-for-1 trade, but Thorfinn at least does well, manage to get a solo kill for himself.
Yeah, but Black Infinity getting that kill is crucial. Mistakes made by Catbot in the mid lane ends up dying for no reason at all. But Black Infinity is there to, clear that up, gets a kill for himself, even picked up the enemy Raptor camp, is going to look to power farm. He's already won jungle camp up, taking his red buff, going to the Trugs now. So it's looking good for the side of TOK. But that was a silly kill to give away for sure in the mid lane.
Yeah, this is the disrespect there, honestly, at this point. Oh, Red Corp actually lands a pretty good trade. He is up higher levels, but now, beautifully traded in return. The grass rocks are there, but Renekton is probably going to kill the on the next rotation of his spells. I think
Yeah,
at
exactly.
this point, he has to be very careful because on does not have healing on his side, right? You have Renekton's Q, which
he's
is able to
gonna
use
pick up
to heal a lot.
an item. Well, picks up the
Yeah,
ruby
and the
crystal, but,
bot lane as well. So just completely gets annihilated from the 2v2 from Aegis, Lotus, and Kratos. That Millie Lucian are doing work, Kaka. And he is without flash, mind you. That lane, they just have to surrender at this point. Meanwhile, Thorfinn just trying to return some damage onto the Aurora, but does manage to get a few. But look at just the poke, the amount of damage that Catbot's able to do. The range versus melee advantage is definitely showing at this point right here. And I do feel as if Thorfinn has to be really careful. There we have it.
Thorfinn
One more
goes
auto
very
attack.
low.
Yeah, that's all it would have taken, but somehow he survives. Meanwhile, Aegis Lotus is playing so aggressive, Kaka, on this Lucian, who has the Melio supporting him as well. And again, Temple of
Yeah,
Kings
and-
just seem to be playing extremely aggressive in the early game.
Yeah, and it all comes down to Suvo losing that valuable experience because he died to the Aurora in the early game. And in the jungle, it's a masterclass so far by Black Infinity. Picked up the Raptor camps, is going to go to the respawn again to invade the Kaisa, denied the second Grom, which gives out a lot of experience. And you can just see the lead building up in the CS department for the Karthus already. Has picked up his lost chapter as well, is ahead 2 camps, which again he stole from the side of Kaisa and is up in levels, and he's going to hit that level 6 pretty quick as well.
Yeah, he definitely has the EXP advantage coming into this fight matchup as well. On the other side, the top lane, I do have to say, Ornn is actually pushing quite a bit and making sure Renekton is just forced to sort of farm into a jungle at this point. That's the only lane that Altar of Kings, I would say, is going semi-decently well, because Ornn is a happy camper. As long as he's able to just farm it up and get to his items, should be fine, right? But I am looking at what the Pantheon is up to. It's already they've started the camps, Kaka, and I think at this point there's no the void gloves have been started and there's no response on Temple of Kings. They're just happily letting them take it at this point because Karthus is still not level 6. So some bit of a early game, at least void glove advantage. On the other side, Ted Corporal goes in his ultimate, but here comes Kaka. He ends up missing his damage, and Karthus also ends up getting one void glove for himself. So at this point in time, the second R2 from Ornn does not land. Renekton's ultimate gets used, so both the top laners are without their ultimate. But at the end of the day, to get one void glove back is actually pretty good, considering that they were almost not contested. And again, some bit of action almost about to happen, but nothing materialized.
Yeah, it is pretty good because if you press the tab button and you see 7 minutes in 22 CS, on the Pantheon. So he missed out on a lot of minions and a lot of experience. He's still level 5 in the mid lane because he had to go and help the Kaisa do the grub. So he's the one who's falling behind. Even though they got 2 grubs and lost one, I'm not too sure if it's worth it for the Pantheon. He's not even level 6 right now. Is finds himself so far behind, and even yesterday, like Thorfinn really had a very dicey game. A very dicey series, in fact. And again, he finds himself so behind. So I'm not too sure if whatever he's doing is worth it. Let's see. Kaisa
Yeah,
is
I
in
think
the
that
bot lane now.
the Pantheon
Looking for
blind
a
pick
gank
again
here.
at this point. Here comes Pantheon as well. The kill should end up going out of the Milio. So there we have it. Thorfinn, we were talking about how he needs to make plays happen, Kaka. He is not winning in CS, but he does manage to get a kill in the bot lane. They blew the flash of both the bot lane on the side Temple of Kings, and then rotate started into a dragon. So a good play coming out from Altar of Kings right, using the Pantheon ult. The moment he got 6, he went for it, but he is losing a lot in the mid lane as well, so they have to be cognizant of that. Having said that, though, at least the first dragons are going towards Altar of Kings right here. Again, Thorfinn could be in trouble.
Yeah,
Here comes Karthus. Karthus has to press his ultimate. There you have it, and Requiem. There we go. The kills ends up getting over, but here comes Kaisa with her ultimate. They want to go, and Infinity could be in trouble, and there you go. He gets the kill 1 for 1. Not bad considering that Pantheon did lose in the mid lane. They are able to sort of equalize that kill, and again 5 for 5. We are in a very, very interesting matchup right now. You do have the On, who is sort of out of mana at this point, does not have his teleport as well. Meanwhile, Kaka does have his teleport. He is looking to, sorry, not Kaka, Renekton does have his teleport and is looking to be in a great spot right now. And again, Kaka, a lot of kills happening in the early game, man. Like, like you're seeing 1 for 1s, but I do feel when all is said and done, yes, Altar of Kings are getting the objectives, but the plates, like, 2-3 plates in the bot
Exactly.
lane, 2 plates in the mid lane. Temple of Kings are maintaining a goal lead.
Yeah, you get a lot of kills, but at what cost? 3 plates in the bot lane, and Thorfinn obviously ulted bot, got the kill for himself, but ended up dying and giving the kill to the Karthus. In return, also lost like 2-3 waves and 2 plates in the mid lane. So, even if you get that first dragon or a few kills onto yourself, is it really worth it? Just look at the XP gap in the mid lane. The Thorfinn just touched level 7, and Catbot has been level 8 for quite a while now, and he's just so far ahead in experience.
Yeah, the
same in the jungle.
disparity. Yeah,
Yeah,
the CS
exactly, and
disparity
same in the
is
jungle
huge.
as well. If you look at
Level
it,
8
Karthus
to
is level 8.
6.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So these are the prices that they are paying for their aggression, and they are getting the kills for it. But I'm not too sure if it's worth it.
Definitely is not good from an experience perspective at this point as well. Kaisa just hit level 7. Here comes the fight in the top lane as well, but here comes Dragoon as well. He has to double dash himself out, and he does. So smart of Panda at this point, does not even have to blow his flash for that matchup right here. Kaisa was looking for a cheeky sort of kill. You did say Kaisa can come top and they can kill beyond, but at this point it chose not to. Here comes Aegis Lotus playing so darn aggressively at this point. Culling is up, completely eaten on his face, but he will survive. Oh my lord, that was so close right here. Just ended up surviving.
and,
They nearly
and
got
Black
two kills, but
Infinity is
yeah.
going to try to push them away from the bot lane because he has his ultimate coming in, and he can't let them recall right now. If he gets his ult on time, maybe he gets a kill or at least a few stacks on himself. Is going to ult as we speak, and yeah, he gets the
won't
Dark
be
Harvest stack for himself. Yeah,
Alright,
but
if
look at the state of bot lane right now.
Yeah, we have to also comment on how aggressive this Lucian Milio lane have been, right? Completely. Oh, here comes Pantheon. Oh, that's a beautiful knock-up. Was that a knock-up? I just saw that. That just
Yeah, it's a
completely-
knockback by Milio. So like he predicted where the Pantheon would land and just knocked them back. And again, ultimate being used here, but he's going to lose so much CS and experience for it.
I have to say, this bot lane, and I think everyone in Temple of Kings is just playing too darn good at this point, right? Like, not to say that Altar of Kings are not, right? But it's just like every play, right? You do feel like even though Temple of Kings might not be winning on kills, they're coming out huge in these objectives and in these sort of goal leads that they've built for themselves. That's why you see them right now having a 1k goal lead for themselves. And in the mid lane is the biggest disparity we can see. Yes, Pantheon has 2 kills, but there's a huge goal gap that is now developing on that in that mid lane as well. They have chosen to sort of rotate this out. I think Misfortune will end up going to the mid bot lane again, but the bot tower is completely dead. The good thing is that Void Grubs have been taken on the side of Alternate King. So Kaisa Dragoon at this point was managed to get the other 3 for himself. A good advantage for it. 5 Void Gloves is actually quite a bit, gives them a lot of push potential should they eventually choose to hit the turrets at this point. But you can see Thorfinn is looking for an engage at this point, but they are completely letting the bot lane tower go, Kaka. This will be first tower.
I don't like this from the side of AOK. They are sharing experience. They will lose the first turret. So even if you get the 5 Void Grubs, right, you still have only 2 plates to show for it. And the whole turret has been taken down in the bot lane, 3 plates in the mid lane, 2 plates in the top lane. So getting those objectives really doesn't mean anything if you're not going to hit the plates.
And here goes Aurora is in big trouble here. Point. Yeah, but here comes Kaisa though. Beautiful W at this point. Has actually managed to turn the tide around at this point. Here they could be in trouble. Here comes Angel's Lotus with the Melio right here. Gets the 1-for-1 for himself, and Suo has just been eating cullings the whole tournament.
Flashes onto T-Berry. Right? This guy is pretty confident right now.
Yeah, he I think is going to be in a world of trouble at this point. But Suo, their Senna is also not really having a great time in the early game. You know, is managing to actually stay afloat in spite of all of the aggression coming out right here. But again, so many fights left, right, and center. We are just seeing fights happen. This is literally the Indian League of Legends meta at this point, where we just want to kill each other at this point. But as in said and done, you know, it's a 2,500 gold lead that has now amassed for Temple of Kings, who are looking to be in a very comfortable spot after taking the first tower as well.
Yeah, and like a lot of fights are happening, and AOK has been the initiators of all these fights. But if you just look at the CS difference in the jungle, 121 CS to 81 in the mid lane, 97 to 63 in the bot lane, a whole turret, and he's 20 CS up ahead as well. So while TOK has been responding to all these fights, they are also keeping up in the CS department, in the XP department. They are obviously up in gold as well right now, and in the top lane, Panda might be in trouble. Just walks away, does not really care about those.
He had his ultimate there at this point as well. But like he said, you know, very, very strong advantage coming out. This is looking like 6-6. Yeah, it looks like an even match, but it isn't really at this point. You know, you are seeing Catbot ends up using ultimate on a T-Berry, and then this point Lucian just joins in. Beautiful synergy at this point. Gets the Misfortune, gets the Senna, gets a double kill, and again this team is just so relentless. Time and time again, they just want to keep going after it. Here comes the On ultimate, but here comes the Kaisa as well. They jump onto Angel's Lotus, they finally get a kill onto the Lucian, but On is stuck between a rock and a hard place. Here comes a flash from the Aurora, gets the kill onto the Kaisa as well, and now will slowly make his way onto the On, who did use his style, who did walk up in the million to get a little bit of damage for himself, but won't be enough. Unstoppable is his name, but he is quite stoppable as it turns out, because he ends up dying, and Aurora finds herself a total of 6 kills in the entire game, Kaka. This is turning out to be a bit of a storm.
Yeah, it is a stomp. Let's not beat around the bush here. 1 for 5, the trade was in a 4v5. Panda was not even there. He was just chilling in the top lane, letting his team do what they do best, and which is just win and just, you know, destroy their opponents. Panda is actually 0-0 and 0 right now.
As a story of a top lane, I know I've been in this exact show. You know, you're on an island doing your thing, and your team is just completely annihilating the opposition. Meanwhile, you're just like happily farming in the top lane as well. And this is exactly.
The map is definitely falling apart for the side of AOK, and like I'm not too sure how you come back into the game. It's just a lot of over aggressiveness coming out from AOK, and they're getting punished very hard for it. And especially from the mid lane, as a mid laner myself,
this could be trouble for Renekton right now. Teleport does come. Here comes a flash. Ends up flash stunning. A beautiful Kaldameek at this point does do a lot of damage because that double teleports Aurora as well as the On at this point, and Catbot gets a kill for himself, ends up flashing for it, but not before he runs away. Will he survive? No, he won the shutdown, ends up going over to the Pantheon, but not before everybody else also dies. That's a 1 for 3 at the end of the day. Yes, the shutdown ends up going over. 1 for 4. The shutdown ends up going over, but it does look like Temple of Kings still come out massively. And now T-Berry is stuck between a rock and a hard place. Here comes the ultimate as well. Very smart on him to try and clear out the wave, which he somehow is able to do it. And here comes the stun as well. 1 minion is all that it took. Ends up flashing away. Not going to be enough. And Angel's Lotus on the Lucian gets another kill for himself. And Temple of Kings. Man, this team at full power, Kaka, looks like a beast, dude.
Yeah, and again a 1 for 5 trade going on there. Aurora Catbot smartly uses the ult, has the Seeker's Arm Guard, uses the stasis, stays alive for as long as he can, sets up his whole team for a great team fight, And again, this was a fight that AOK started. Panda did find himself in a 1v3 position. And just the follow-up was very beautiful. If we can get a replay of that, you'll see in the fight, Panda ended up healing himself for like 500, 600 HP and just stayed alive throughout the whole fight.
Yeah, you can see right here as
just
well.
look
Aurora
at
comes in
this
with the ultimate, ends up using a Sonya at this point in time. Here comes everybody with his ultimate as well, gets the kill onto champion as well. On is at this point just stuck alone.
We are fighting in the picture-in-picture again.
Yeah, in the other fight though, it's going to be another dead corporal being dead on that on at this point, and on the top side in the replay as well. T-Berry's trying to do what he can, but when in a 1v3 situation, that tower is not a lot you can do. And Kaka, let's talk about this, right? This is a best of 5 series. In game 1, we spoke about how Pantheon, Kaisa, these are some sort of a experimental picks at this point, or something that we say is more not the norm as well. And now that they are completely getting blasted at this point, you do have to think as AOK, you know what, maybe it's time to go back to the drawing board a bit and see if you can pick out something more standard, because Temple of Kings are not kidding around this tournament, right? They have shown up massively in game 1. Yes, the early game was a little bit of kills here and there, but Temple of Kings with their macro, with their rotations, with their platings were just too good at this point. And now, that goal lead that we spoke about, which is just 2,500 5 minutes ago, has now become 8,500, right? Like at 18 minutes, this is literally a huge advantage.
Yeah, it is going to be 10,000 pretty soon as well. And again, you spoke about it, the Kais in the jungle. We spoke about it as well. Like, the score looks good, but you are not as effective as you would like to be. And the Pantheon in the mid lane as well. Like, not even 100 CS at 19 minutes in a grand final of this caliber is just unacceptable.
The Dark Harvest stack actually got the kill onto the Senna as well.
It was the Blackfire Torch and Leandri's burn as well, actually.
Yeah, and I think that Corporal could be in trouble. Is he going to get soloed at this point? He does not. He did end up using his E to run away, but here you have it. 1v1 done. Ornn ends up dying to the Renekton Israel, and then again Thorfinn's trying to do what he can, but Catbot is just so strong at this point, ends up using his dash and his ultimate just to back away at this point. Will survive that onslaught. Kaiser ended up using an ultimate as well. Here comes Black Infinite. The entire team is now scavenged on the bot side as well. Pantheon, I think, is trying to make some picks happen. It's just not going to be enough. And again, look at the CS lead in the jungle, Kaka. We spoke about how both junglers need to farm. Oh, Catbot just ends up just face checking the wrong position, gives away another kill to the Kaisa. But just look at the CS gap in the jungle as well. Like 134 to 187. Like, Karthus is the highest CS in the entire game right now, right?
Yeah, I expect that from Black Infinity. Like, he again, we said that in the champ select as well. Like, he's one of the best Karthus players around. So I mean, that's expected from Dragoon. Although I would say he has done whatever he can. He has been performing pretty well in this game.
All things considered, he's just fine and good. And it's not that bad actually. But
yeah, exactly. But the whole map, exactly, the whole map has fallen apart. 0-5 support, 1-3. Like, just look at the scores. Everyone has a negative KD except for him. So I don't think he could do more in this game. Although Black Infinity, again, it's just he is so experienced and so much better than his competition right now that it does not even matter what you pick against him. He's just gonna find a way to outplay you, and TP in the bot lane. Dead Corporal is going to...
The on ultimate ends up getting used. They do manage to not get any knockup at this point, and Dead Corporal, I think that should be the end of the attempt to do anything at this point. You do see the team of AOK is converging on the bot side. It is going to be a 2v4 at this point. Meanwhile, on the Baron, Kaka, sneakily itself, Karthus, Catbot and Renekton have started Baron already. They send the hell in the mid lane. They do get spotted out though. So
I think it will be too late before these guys can do
anything. Here comes Catboy, ends up using the ultimate to get on Dragoon. Dragoon does survive. Oh, it's a beautiful invisibility dash coming out. Here comes the Karthus. Will it be enough to kill the Kaiser? No, it will not, DJ. And this side comes the Renekton to try to get the kill. He does get the kill on the Misfortune at this point. He is so strong. He's just tanking and doing so much damage. And Catbot and Karthus are running behind him. Here comes Kratos on the backs on the Milio. Will have to run away at this point. Here comes the Herald. Panda ends up using it, but he actually does manage to get the kill. Double kill ends up going over. The 2-for-2 is still there on this side. Mind you, Lucian is meanwhile happily pushing in the bot lane, not even join this team fight. And there you have it again though. Catbot could be in trouble. Never mind, he does survive. The E from Pantheon is still available and he is not using it yet. But here comes to, oh my lord, Lucian. The damage output is just significant at this point. There you have it. The mid lane inhibitor tower goes down at 22 minutes in the game. None of these team fights, like Temple of Kings are not losing a single person in any of these team fights. They're always getting the kills back for themselves. Whether it's Catbot, whether it's Angel's Lotus, whether it's Renekton on the... Oh my god, Angel's Lotus runs up. Does survive, I think, ends up using a QSS or something like that, mind you, Mikhail's, but maybe. And they do get another kill. Dude, again, they don't die. Catbot could be in trouble. Kaisa Ultimate is there to get the kill onto them. And again, this could be a bit of a throw, but never mind. The damage output from the Lucian is huge. Senna only comes to die at this point. And Dead Corporal, again, trying as he might, just not enough. Renekton's back here as well. He has his double dash. He has his stun. That's going to be enough. Pantheon again ends up using his ultimate but walks into the wrong space, ends up getting stunned as well. Third ability still there, won't be enough. Renekton gets a triple kill for himself as well. They just came in one after the other, Kakabit. They all died like zombies.
I mean, at this point, I think POK is just checking their mechanics, and it's a mechanic check onto AOK, and they have failed in every aspect of that trade right here. TOK just proving too strong for them.
Will end up getting shut down. They're trying to end the game. I don't know if they will be able to successfully, but you know what, I think they can. They're just having a little more fun right now. Kaisa also doing whatever, but it's not going to be enough. And there you have it, a 23-minute game, a statement game coming out from Temple of Kings in game 1 as they win with this insane comp that they have. It's their comfort zone. Brilliant performances coming out throughout the board, Kaka. I would say everyone from Renekton till Melio did amazingly well in game 1 and really set the tempo for what we can expect from them coming into the best of 5 as well. Your thoughts, Kaka, on the entire match?
I think AOK were looking to play a solo queue game. That's what it looked like anyway, and they failed terribly at it. If you're going to sacrifice so much just to get a few kills, this is going to be the result. This is the fastest match of the tournament that has been streamed, at least so far. And that's in the final game 1. So and AOK used everything that they wanted to in this game. They got the Pantheon, they got the Kaisa jungle, they got the Senna, the MF, everything that they wanted, and 23 minutes was the result. So Temple of Kings again just too good for the competition.
They really are. I think when they really step up to become what they play at, you can see the gap that exists between the best team right now and the others as well. Altar of Kings did play a lot around with draft as well. I think maybe certain standard picks would have done well, but again, I do feel in just terms of lane and jungle dominance, right? We did see Karthus completely out farming the Kaisa. We did see the 2v2 in the bot lane was an absolute nightmare in spite of having what I consider a meta champion in Misfortune with lane advantage, not able to capitalize anything in spite of dying once through a Pantheon gang. That Lucian Melio was just extremely good at this point. A huge mid lane gap, which we expected a little bit coming out that there would be a gap, but to have that constant 1v2s happening, I think Altar of Kings have gotten this wake up call saying, guys, you know what, we can't mess around with this team. We have to play in pixel perfect at this point. This is not a team if you give them an inch, they will take an entire arm at this point, right? So they have clearly shown in game 1 that if you want to beat us, you need to bring out your A game. And I do feel it is not just going to be in draft, it's going to be in mentality as well, because this was a complete all-out stomp. Every lane, every role, you did see an outclass happening, right? And this is what we sort of now expect from Temple of Kings to do in the best of them. And as a caster or as a viewer who's watching this, you would also have to wonder, dude, if this is how well they're playing, then how the hell is AOT gonna do anything about it? And this is exactly what I'm questioning as well. We can look into the stats of game 1 before we head into game 2, but Kaka, let's play devil's advocate here as well. You are AOK, you're Altar of Kings right now, right? Let's talk a bit about them at this point. We know how amazing TOK is. What do you do to refocus? You've been in situations where game 1 has been a storm, pressure situations, of course. What does AOK need to do at this point to sort of bounce back in game 2?
Yeah, I mean, you have to go back to the drawing board. Forget about the first game. That happens. You tried a few picks, the Kais in the jungle, the Pantheon mid lane, did not work out. Not a big problem. But now second game, you have to... So whenever I lost the first game or the second game in a series, we always defaulted back to the scaling picks. You just, stabilize the early game, try to team fight once the late game comes in. And this was the story of game 1 as well. They just kept on fighting TOK for some reason. And meanwhile, they lost plates in the bot lane, in the mid lane, such a big CS discrepancy as well in the mid lane. And at one point, the Karthus is 2 levels up on Kai'Sa, the Aurora is 2 levels up on the Pantheon. So you are getting the kills, and it does look good and pretty on the scoreboard when it says 5 to 5 kills. But when you go into the detail, the experience margin, the CS margin, the gold gap, it's just too huge. And you can't try to make it a solo queue game against the best players in the country and the best team in the country. So you have to go the scaling route, just pick stable champions, try to scale up, and then skill check them in the team fights and see if you can better them in those things.
Absolutely. I think this is exactly what we will be looking out for as well. But we are going to take a quick break, guys. On the other side, we will show you some statistics of game 1, and as well as we will start game 2. So see you on the other side. This is the best of 5. We're just getting started.
Unknown, I swear I never fear again. I got ice in my blood, big enough to down this shit. I don't care how bad it get, I got 10 toes down, don't forget, I survived. I survived. When you on the brink, and you in too deep, when you feeling weak, when it's hard to breathe, you gon' take a knee? Never. You gon' keep it G forever. Stand up and face whatever. I'm built unique, I'm better than the hard times I seen. Crime scene, obscene, face the ugly, cover up like Maybelline. Had uncertainty and urgency, cut from me like surgery. Formed again more sturdily, personally. I don't see nobody stopping me. I don't see nobody topping me. I don't see nobody honestly. I run you over if that's what it's gotta be. And it's gotta be what I look like, having fear still haunt me. What I look like, having regret haunt me. Pay that price, I don't care what it costs me. All my life, been me against the army. I'ma push the red button on them like Atari. I'm big dog with a human like a Maltese. See more fall off the 03 tall tees. Not sorry for the way I am. Learn to ball them up with no one holding your hand. Never back down, never hide in the sand. If you ain't hear the message, let me say it again. Yo, let me say it again. I survived. I survived. I survived. I survived. I survived. get a deal, trying to get a meal. Hungry on the beat, hungry so I eat. And I don't know defeat, I only know the heat. I only know the grind, I only know the sweet. Yo, I miss sweat, I only know the best. That's up on my chest, I only know the raps. I only know what's next, nothing more, nothing less. All on my name, I've been watching all the game. And I'm trying to make moves, yeah, I'm trying to make moves. And they trying to move chains. It's a goal on my name, it's a goal on my name, it's a goal on my name, it's a goal on my name. I've been watching all the game. And I'm trying to make moves, yeah, I'm trying to make moves. And they trying to move chains. It's a goal on my name, it's a goal on my name, it's a goal on my name. Y'all trying to move chains, I ain't into playing games. I ain't into naming names, but I mean it just the same. When I name and the lights turn to flame, and the flame turn to ash, but the goal will remain. Yeah, goal on my name, I've been watching all the game. And I'm trying to make moves, yeah, I'm trying to make moves. And they trying to move chains. It's a goal on my name, it's a goal on my name, it's a goal on my name, it's a goal on my name. I've been watching all the game. And I'm trying to make moves, yeah, I'm trying to make moves. And they trying to move chains. It's a goal on my name, it's a goal on my name, it's a goal on my name. This ain't what you thought it was. This ain't for nights out or for good enough. It's for early AM, still waking up. Trying to make it, yup. It's our time and we gon' take it up. Goal on my name, I've been watching all the game. And I'm trying to make moves, yeah, I'm trying to make moves. And they trying to move chains. It's a goal on my name, it's a goal on my name, it's a goal on my name, it's a goal on my name. I've been watching all the game. And I'm trying to make moves, yeah, I'm trying to make moves. And they trying to move chains. It's a goal on my name, it's a goal on my name, it's a goal on my name, it's a goal on my name. I've been watching all the game. And I'm trying to make moves, yeah, I'm trying to make moves. And they trying to move chains. It's a goal on my name, it's a goal on my name, it's a goal on my name, it's a
Yeah, I was undercover, wrote me off like the others, but I had secrets inside. You didn't pay attention, like an experiment. No, you're gonna pay for your crimes. I'll change your perspective, I'll teach you a lesson. Look at me now. Oh, look at me now. Try to take me down. Lost but now I'm found. Used to be the victim in the dead of night, but I can be a villain in the moonlight. Look at me now. In the moonlight. I'll make it my mission. Oh yeah, I'll have you wishing you could go back in time to never test my limits. Nothing you say will fix it. I'm too out of my mind. You're riding high, but I've got you this time. Oh, look at me now. Oh, look at me now. Try to take me down. Lost but now I'm found. Used to be the victim in the dead of night, but I can be a villain in the moonlight. Look at me now. In the moonlight. Got you this time, got you this time. You can't hide. Pay for your crimes, baby, that's right. Got you this time, you can't hide. Pay for your crimes, baby, that's right. Oh, look at me now. Oh, look at me now. Try to take me down. Lost but now I'm found. Used to be the victim in the dead of night, but I can be a villain in the
Hey guys, and welcome back to Crucial by Micron presents the Esports Club Community Cup August Open, powered by Zotac Gaming. And before I even get started, I want to make sure I introduce Fireball to the cast. Fireball, so excited. Fireball, great to have you in game 2. Are you excited about the finals that we are about to witness today?
Excited to be back as well to the grand finals of this amazing tournament. What a journey we've had, and what a journey these teams have had as well. Altar of Kings, Temple of Kings, always fun to watch. The best two teams that we have to offer you guys, and but we did not see that in game 1, as I seen Temple of Kings just completely running down Altar of Kings in that game 1. I mean, this was the upper bracket finals that we see, so this is a rematch. Game 1 in that series was completely different, but this time Temple of Kings are like, you're not touching us again, mate.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, we saw an incredible matchup coming out in game 1 where Temple of Kings absolutely dominated, as we said, right? And we will go into the game summary right now where we'll end up seeing what happened. But yeah, just to walk you through, Fireball, I know you were witnessing game 1, but now you'll be casting game 2. It was a very quick game, 23 minutes. You know, you saw a lot of kills happening. It basically started off a little evenly, but bot lane, mid lane, jungle, top, everywhere there was dominance throughout. And you can see right here, in just 23 minutes, there was a 13,000 goal lead that ended up happening. 9 towers to 1, 30 kills to 11. It was just, you know, a pure and out domination coming out from Temple of Kings in game 1. And that really begs to differ, you know, what is the Altar of Kings going to do right now? Because if you look into the damage, right, like it's just like they have to do a lot. The draft from AOK in game 1 was a little bit questionable. They had the Kaisa jungle, they had the Pantheon mid, didn't really quite work out the way they would have liked it to. In fact, the Lucian Melio bot lane was just so much of a storm. Angel's Lotus was just playing like a madman, you know, literally channeling his inner Bang at this point, I would say, or Guma UC, but just doing really well. And I think we will start going into game 2 really soon as well. But this is basically like the summary of what we see in game 1. And again, you know, like, what do you think is going to happen? Because now that you've seen such a storm, like, do we expect AOK to go back. And Fireball Dragoon is playing in AOK as well. He's a jungler for the matchup today. You have Suvo, you have Dead Corporal. This is all the remains of the old school League of Legends players that used to play together once upon a time, right? So this is also a team that we know can have the potential to give TOK a run for its money. Now, whether they can actually do that is something they will have the next 2 or 3 games to prove to themselves.
I mean, definitely. And if you are AOK, I think the morale would have taken a great hit. You're coming into a best of 5 series. You're expecting to play long games of League of Legends. You're setting your minds on this series. But after this quick stomp, I think the mental would definitely take a hit. So coming right onto this MVP, the Aurora in the mid lane on hands of Katrina bot, we saw him perform absolutely ridiculously in the upper bracket final as well when he did get his hands on his signature Katrina. But it just goes to show how well he can perform on many champions, and this guy, you can't ban him out.
Yeah, look at the damage per net. At this point in level 1, we saw how he was just soloed the Senna right here, made the Flantion blow his flash. Absolutely cinema, but insane performance coming out from Catbot Red. 908 damage per minute. He was just at it. Every given opportunity, he used the champion to its fullest and was able to maximize the damage coming out from that champion as well, right? So again, he is our MVP of game 1. Now, can he continue his MVP run for game 2 and 3? Something you'll have to watch. Again, stellar performances coming out from everybody though. The Lucian, Angel's Lotus, Milio, Kratos, Renekton, Panda, and then you have Black Infinity insanely well played on to his Karthus pick as well, right? So again, but it was Aurora, it was Catbot, I think, who sort of clinched away the MVP victory in game 1. And we are now looking to head into game 2 really quickly. And again, I can't wait to see what happens in Draft Fireball, because generally the questionable picks that we saw, will AOK continue to go on to them? Will they end up going a little bit standard? Will they change around their picks? Dead Corporal, known to be a carry player, was on duty last game. Will they give him some carry to play at this point? What is Thorfinn going to do? Because he's known to play his AD picks, and this is something that has not traditionally worked out for him when he plays against Catbot, because Catbot has always had the better of him. And this is where I feel the gap truly exists, I would say, where Thorfinn really has to step up at this point. And also for T-Berry as well as for Clickbait at this point, I think they got outclassed. They had the misfortune Senna last game, which is supposedly a strong lane, but the Lucian, the aggression coming out from him was just too big to be ignored at this point, right? So this is what my expectations are. But what do you have to think about AOK right here? Because they are the ones who are now trading 0-1, and they need to sort of step back up. Who are you looking at in their team to sort of be the person who can rise up and make that impact play?
I mean, definitely the draft plays a very important role, as you have mentioned, and I definitely do not agree with the Kaisa jungle pick that they had. I mean, it was many patches ago that it was dominant and Dragoon had his stellar performance, but it is the tale of the past, and I think the players need to adapt a bit more. I mean, he had good KDA, but most of it was just ulting into a fight when an enemy was already pretty low and get the last hit onto him. So I think the utility that Kaisa provides, which is like 0, so absolutely no pressure on the map by this Kaisa. And when you have Black Infinity against you and playing Karthus of all champions, he just knows it's a free jungle for him. There's absolutely no threat of the Kaisa invading into his jungle, trying to give him a hard time. And we saw what Black Infinity can do. You let him be free, and he was just farming up a storm, like 11-12 CS per minute. Karthus just pressing ults, he's taking Raptors, takes one ultimate, and the team fight is done. So
absolutely. Those Dark Harvest stacks will Leandris was stacking, but we head into Champ Select, and again, this is Fireball where we end up seeing if Altar of Kings, who are now on the red side, actually can make something happen. Now, they've chosen to be on the red side because they've lost game 1 priority. Temple of Kings had it, they chose to be red, so teams are preferring to choose red at this point in time. Again, you do see the Karthus ban coming out, so learning from game 1, did not want to give that Karthus away again to let Black Infinity scale up to become a monster, which he already was at 20 minutes, right? And then you can see the standard bans coming out from both the teams.
Definitely, and we do see a roster change as well. So RTO is back in the top lane for Temple of Kings. Panda will, I mean, just quickly came out of his retirement, casually went 7-0 and just showed the world that why he was the best not even the top laner, the best player in the region for such a long time, and we definitely saw his class there. But RTO is back. RTO for me was the player of the series in the upper bracket final. All 3 games he was the single most consistent player throughout. I mean, definitely Catbot had those stellar performances on the Katrina, and other players showed up as well, but one guy who you could rely on throughout the entire series was RTO. So I'm excited to see him back as well. And Kaisa first pick, nothing surprising over there. Kaisa, well, every team just decides to first pick this champion, provides so much utility in the bot lane when played in the bot lane and not in the jungle. So let's hope this Kaisa stays in the bot lane and nothing fun is happening.
At first I was like, wait, is that Dragoon picking it again? And I realized no, it's Temple of Kings picking the Kaisa. And this time they've gone for the Maokai jungle. So Dragoon going away from his carry picks, and in fact now going a little bit more standard with the Maokai, which I'm assuming will be jungle at this point.
I mean,
that Kaisa,
yeah, Maokai could be flexed as a support as well, and it is a very good support when played with the Misfortune, you know, with the root, with the ultimate as well. You can just hold people in place. That allows the entire duration of the Misfortune ultimate to land on the enemies. So I'm excited to see where this Maokai actually ends up going.
Yeah, and you have finally we are seeing some engaged supports picked out. You know, last game we spoke about how both these champs are, and especially Kratos is excellent at playing those engaged supports. Su also great at playing Israel, and we are finally seeing the Nautilus getting picked off from the Kratos. Kaisa not a very strong 2v2 lane, and then you have Lilia in the jungle. Just prioritize completely right now just to make sure that they have some EP in the jungle, which could potentially mean an AD in the mid lane as well coming out for Temple of Kings.
Already all the 5 picks that I'm seeing on board right now, very solid. I love the Misfortune and Maokai bot lane, so it just radiates some sort of well, I think that just answers our question. The Leona has been picked up, so the Maokai is gonna go in the jungle and not the support. So already pretty tanky team coming out from the side of Altar of Kings, a lot of CC. So I'm hoping for more sort of carry champions to be locked in.
Yeah, this is going to be interesting, right? Because now we have like supportal combat at this point with Nautilus as well as Leona getting picked. I think it's going to be a very exciting bot lane to watch. Misfortune Leona also often considered as one of the 2 strongest bot lanes you can pick right now. Once Leona lands her ultimate, Misfortune and follow up completely, right? So I'm actually going to be looking forward to that matchup as well. You can see more bans come out. The Mordekaiser against RTO is it Fireball, and I can also have the Nisus ban coming out for Dead Corporal.
I mean, definitely against RTO. RTO did get his hands on that Mordekaiser in the upper bracket final, and he was just running riot. That guy, there was just no stopping him, even though he was behind in CS, behind in lane. But once he got to his Rylai's Crystal Scepter, it was just utter dominance coming out of RTO on that Mordekaiser. So we do see 2 top laners being banned off at the end from Altar of Kings. They do not want RTO to be on comfort, but again, Renekton is open, his one trick, and we did see Renekton in the first game as well. So let's see what he decides to go with. Again, being on the red side, Altar of Kings do have the counter pick, and I assume, like they always do, it's gonna be for Dead Corporal in the top lane.
Yeah, Dead Corporal now will want to get his counter pick. Last time what happened is Akshaj got the thing, but it does look like we are seeing a quite quick disconnect going on. We will resume with the draft very soon. However, like you said, Dead Corporal is the one who will get to counter pick again. Last time he did get the opportunity to counter pick against the Renekton, and he chose the Ornn, which is more of a team composition for the team is trying to do it. I think the guy has a lot of potential. I'm also very keen on RTO as well. This is one player, when I used to play back in the day Fireball, he was considered like a great player, but not like one of the top elites. But the fact that he is playing so well right now is very testament to see, and I'm very much looking forward to seeing how he performs against Dead Corporal, which he also knows has always been in the top 2 conversations for top laners as well, right? So excited to see how that works out, but also curious to see what the picks are going to be. This does mean, however, that the mid lane again at this point in time, Altar of Kings will have to, if they want to give the counter pick to the top lane, they will have to blind pick the mid lane, which will give opportunity again for Akshoj or Catbot to get that counter pick. Curious to see how that plays out. But what do you think of the mid lane pick so far? Because there's a lot that Catbot can also play, right? Like in the mid lane.
I mean, definitely the man has a champion ocean. You just cannot. Gone are the days where you used to just fear the Talon, Kiana, and Katrina. I think these were his three core picks 3-4 years ago. But now it's just like you put him on anything and he's gonna perform. And he's just not gonna survive. He's gonna win the lane and he's gonna make sure the enemy mid laner has a hard time. So Thorfinn definitely on the worst side of the matchup. So coming back to the counter pick, I think Order of Kings usually put all of their eggs into the Dead Corporal basket. So I mean, why not? He is the core player, he is the star player in their side, and they would expect him, to carry the burden of carrying the game on his shoulders a lot more. And
Fireball, it seems like they've picked Olaf top as a blind pick to give the counter pick to Thorfinn, it seems. Or is that going to be Thorfinn playing Olaf? I'm not really sure.
I mean, Olaf should be going top lane. We did see DC run riot with him in the previous series yesterday in the low bracket finals, and he was just unstoppable. There was just no way the enemy ADC was getting to play the game when he was on that Olaf. So feeling pretty confident on himself in blind picking that one right there. A pretty solid pick as well. So let's see how Temple of Kings actually respond to that. They end up picking the Corki, a very solid blind pickable mid laner, and that will go into the hands of Akshaj in the mid lane. Excited to see what the counter in the top lane is gonna be for RTO against this Olaf.
Yeah, the Aatrox is actually a very good pickup right now. The Aatrox has some dashes. He has a lot of damage in the early game. Olaf will have his work cut out for him in that matchup right here. And in the mid lane, the Corki has been picked, but the response is going to be an Akshan. But correct me if I'm wrong here. Oh, there we go. The Victor is probably more realistic at this point because they don't have any AP. Like if they end up going, like Maokai, yes, has some magic damage, but the fact if they're gone for Akshan would mean the team would have zero AP. And again, Victor, one of the picks we've not seen in at least a League of Legends competitive meta. Thorfinn, not gonna play his AD picks that he's so well known for. In fact, opting to play the Victor right here as a counter or as a response to the Corki. Very, very interesting to see that happen. Fireball, what do you think of now the compositions are in front of us? What do you think about both the teams?
I think, yeah, Victor definitely a niche pick, so Thorfinn would be comfortable on it. That would be the only reason I guess he is picking that up against the Corki. I think the Corki does pretty well in lane compared to the Victor, so pretty safe pick right there for Akshaj. Again, he had to blind pick his mid laner, but looking at the composition overall, you already see a lot of hard engage and catch potential for the sides of Altar of Kings. They're looking to Leona ult someone, pair that up with the Maokai ult and try to just finish them off with the burst coming out of the Victor and the Misfortune, whereas Temple of Kings look a little bit more rounded. They have the Nautilus for those engages, they have the Lilia with the move speed, with the AoE ultimate, and a lot of damage coming on by the three champions in Aatrox, Corki and Kaisa. But again, I don't see a clear winner of the draft as per, and it just comes down to how they play out the lanes, I believe.
Yeah, it's very interesting. I think I completely agree with you. I think this time it does look like Altar of Kings' draft is a little more standard than what we have seen from them in game 1. I'm curious to see how the Victor ends up playing out right here. Dragoon also going back to a CC champion. I do like the setup, however, that Altar of Kings have with the Maokai, with the Leona. I think yes, they have the Nautilus on the other side, but definitely in team fights, I would say that the engage potential from Altar of Kings is there. How should they choose to engage on these team fights? Curious to see how the Misfortune plays out right now. Lucian Melio is not there. It's more of a Kaisa Not lane, which I would say Misfortune has a significant advantage in the push potential as compared to their other lane as well. So very, very curious to see how that ends up playing out. And of course, the matchup in the top lane is something that we need to speak about. Right? Dead Corporal, no longer on duty, finally chooses to pick up his Olaf, which he had a phenomenal performance, at least in his low bracket, upper bracket match that he played. And RTO as well, one of the top laners who's just been extremely consistent, as you said, and on his Aatrox pick as well. We'll be very curious. Like my eyes for Fireball will be on the top lane just to see how these both champions are playing against each other. But if you had to pick out a lane or a person to watch in each team, where would your eyes be in the early game?
I think we are both very biased in what we're gonna answer. So you being a top laner, you feel your eye is gonna be the top lane, but for me, it's all about the bottom lane action. So for Dragoon as well, I think the plan of action should be to continuously go into the bot lane just because of the setup that they have. I mean, Dragoon with himself, the root, the W, along with Suvo's stuns and roots as well. I think bot lane should be an easy target for him to gank, although Nautilus is there to provide some sort of disengage. But when you look at the other lanes, the Aatrox, the Corki, they are pretty hard for the Maokai to gank when there is not a lot of setup for them as well. So Olaf, I mean, yeah, he can slow the Aatrox, but the Aatrox can just dash away. The Corki has the Valkyrie as well, but
Correct.
the Kaisa on the other hand only has a move speed buff, and if you force CC onto her, so like the point and click CC from the Maokai and a good ultimate or a root landing by the Leona, I think there is potential in the bottom lane for Altar of Kings, and I think that's where they should be keeping their focus on.
Yeah, absolutely. I do expect the Kaiser to take a cleanse in that Misfortune Leona matchup as well. You do see, cleanse would be very important to break through from the stuns at least we have. Otherwise, the CC will be extremely difficult. You might even see Corki itemize a QSS later in the game. We have seen picks happen. We are in a great time for all esports, by the way, because you're seeing the finals of a lot of the LCK, LPL, and LEC playoffs, and even LCS. Basically, all regions are playing their playoffs eventually decided teams, and you're seeing a lot of this value being derived from cleanse and QSS, and we expect the same thing to happen here as well. Remember guys, you guys are watching the Crucial by Micron presents the Esports Club Community Cup August Open powered by Zotac Gaming. We are now heading into game 2 of this best of 5 finals. Temple of Kings had a dominant game 1 performance. Can they continue in game 2, or will AOK come back in game 2 is something we'll have to see. And you can see right now there is already a 5-man stack happening on the side of TOK. Fireball, do you see some sort of invites expecting here?
So right off the bat, 5 members from TOK trying to engage and get something off with this Nautilus. Altar of Kings have figured that out, but okay, the hook actually connects onto the terrain, but Suvo playing it safe, does not want to take any chances, ends up burning his flash. I mean, Temple of Kings will take, that's a small dub.
Yeah, TOK like, you know what? For a missed hook of flash is pretty fine. I think Suvo just did not want to give out first blood because the last game was extremely bloody in game 1. Like they had 2 kills before the first CS was even hit. But at this point, it's looking like it is going to be a standard start. I definitely feel a standard start suits AOK at this point, because if they end up losing kills and TOK ends up just completely snowballing. But you see very sneakily there is a Maokai pretending to be a plant amongst those wolves right here, and he might be looking for an invade along with the Olaf. They are slowly waiting, eyes on the blue buff. Maokai is here, Olaf is here as well. They want the Lilia, beautiful gang. The flash from Black Ability has to be used. It will be returned back with the flank, but the blast cone at this point, lucky it was that it was there, ends up saving Lilia's life. They end up losing the blue buff, but the flash ends up getting blown from both Dead Corporal and Dragoon, but they do get some priority onto the blue buff onto a very insane and explosive start we have.
I mean, a definitely good play coming out by Altar of Kings to secure and steal that buff away from Lilia. Now it puts all the pressure in the world on Black Infinity to try to get that back, and we already see the bottom lane of Temple of Kings trying to work towards that, so you would expect them to...
Yeah, but Suvo might be dead right here because he does not have his flash, and that lack of flash fireball ended up being the disconnect that is there. And again, T-Berry ends up getting hooked by the Kratos, but that lack of flash really hurt them and they lost the first blood to Kai'Sa.
So ends up giving away first blood, Altar of Kings. So Infinity should be feeling pretty comfortable now because he has the priority in the bottom lane. I mean, he ends up going for the full clear bot side. I felt that with Angel's Lotus and Kratos playing aggressively and pushing in the bot side, they could have gone into the jungle of Altar of Kings as a collective unit to try to get that buff back, which they lost earlier on. But they ended up getting first blood, so I guess it evens everything out.
It really does. We were not expecting that 2v2. The moment the players hit, they just went in for all-out match. At this point, Leona could have survived had she used her flash, but unfortunately it was not to be. Note that Leona didn't even use her ignite at this point, so Misfortune, I think this is the 2v2 synergy fireball. It just seems like Kratos and Angel's have really done a lot to develop this at this point. And in the top lane as well, Olaf is doing a really good job just making sure he's pushed out the lane, has a hefty CS lead for him already. And for once, in the mid lane, Thorfinn, because he is playing a control mage who has enough space, is actually keeping the pressure up, is getting a good amount of trades. Actually, Catbot is actually losing out on those trades. Never mind, Catbot's winning out on the auto tag trades, but once the rotation spells are up, I think he has to be careful. But a lot of trading happening in the mid lane as well. So was out there to rotate along with the Maokai. Catbot realizing, this is not the right time for me to really go for an all-in, decides to back away. But yeah, interesting to see AOK, off the most steady start. Yes, they lost the first, but Fireball, it does look like, they are at least not giving away more than that.
And talking about that synergy, Angels, Lotus and Kratos, both of these players really high up on the ladder. So we're talking Grandmasters, borderlining Challenger, even going to Challenger. So when you're that far up ahead, you tend to get the same players against each other. So I believe Angels, Lotus and Kratos have been playing together and they've been finding each other in their solo queue games for quite a long time. So that's how actually Kratos found himself in Temple of Kings, and it just shows with the trading pattern and everything that how much experience these two high elo players have.
Yeah, and in that top lane trade you just saw right now, I think Olaf lost out pretty badly on that trade, though he does have his second ability which will end up healing him. But Thorfinn could be in trouble. He needs to back, by the way. And RTO is like, you know what? I'm not done. Wants to get a solo kill for himself. The barrier is there. Can they get it? One more attack. The flash in the bush to then get the attack back. Superbly well played right here. And oh my lord, RTO gets a solo kill onto Dead Corporal. Dragoon is there. He wants to get a kill. A beautiful dash here as well. Can he survive? I'm not sure. The first Q is there. Second Q is also there. The third Q is also there. The fourth. Oh my lord, that damage. Dragoon is like, you know what? Guys, let it go. I ain't about to gang that lane. Yeah, this champion, I don't know what he does. Decides to back off, but beautiful outplay coming out right there from RTO.
I mean, yeah, off the back of that, Temple of Kings will start up this first dragon, which is going to be the Cloud Drake, but really a big confidence booster right there for RTO. Just ends up 1v1ing Dead Corporal. I mean, Dead Corporal did have a big CS advantage on him. He was pushing RTO into his lane, but RTO like having a clutch flash towards the end of that fight as well, and really well done by him, and I think he will be very high on confidence.
Yeah, Lilia as well, does not die in the initial gang, gets a dragon, has a very good EXP lead as well. 2 farms, 2 camps up right now, already on the Maokai, who will slowly taper off quite well. So again, Temple of Kings, slowly but steadily also off to a good start. Both their bot and the top lanes have gotten their respective 2v2 and 1v1 kills right here. So they're looking good. The Lilia's farming up the storm. Catbots is chilling, farming in his lane. There's no really kill potential right now. So he's happy to just farm up and let be. So off to a good start. And Dragoon realizing that at this point the dragon is gone. So let me take the Void Grubs. And I think they will successfully take 2 or 3 of them for himself.
So he should be taking away the 3 Void Grubs, but looking at the CS numbers in the jungle, it would not, I mean, so there is an engage right there.
I have to interrupt you there. The clickbait does land. Suvo is able to get a nice kill or a nice stun onto the Misfortune, and they are low. They decide to not overcome it, however. So I think they would have been able to get a few more kills. At the end of the day, Angels Lotus only ends up losing his cleanse, and that's about it. And again, I think they have the HP advantage. They should look to pressure this even further, but deciding to just farm it up at this point, maybe waiting for level 6. Meanwhile, RTO on the other side ends up being in a 1v2 situation. RTO ends up using a lot of damage. Here comes Corky first to the rotation right here. Meanwhile, the victor is not to be found, so it is a 3-for-2 at the end of the day. Double kills ends up going. Meanwhile, the bot lane as well, they get the kill 2v2, but here comes Kaisa, gets the 1v1 again. And now T-Berry versus Angels Lotus. There is flash on both the champions. T-Berry is going to use her strat, decides to not. They get a kill each, but a lot of action happening. And AOK had a plan, Fireball, but it didn't really work out for them.
Definitely a lot to look into right there. Initially in the top side jungle, we do see a full out 3v2 brawl coming out. Dead Corporal takes down the Aatrox, but then Katrina bot came for the support and they end up getting 2 kills for him right there, and a good re-engage coming on right here in the bottom lane by Clickbait. They end up taking down the Leona, but unfortunately the Ignite tick would be the damage source to secure that kill. So it was 1 kill for the Misfortune and 1 kill for the Nautilus. A favorable trade right there for Altar of Kings in the bot lane, but the Corky did end up getting 2 kills.
Oh, that's a beautiful stun right here. Thorfinn actually is able to counter that really well. But Corky is there on the side. But here comes RTO as well. Will put some damage at this point. Here comes Dragoon as well. Oh my lord, it's an AM Fiesta in this League of Legends. But a beautiful look from Kratos. Kratos ends up getting the hook onto the Leona, and then Corki is the benefactor of that kill right here. Everyone just rotated to the mid lane, but that roam from RTO really helped out this team. He is falling, however, significantly behind in the CS race. And that's where, Dead Corporal realizing, what, I'm gonna just farm it up, and gets a lot of damage actually ends up taking. But still though, good rotation coming from RTO, ends up helping out his team and getting Catbot ahead. And again, Infinity on that Lilia had to make sure he ends up blowing Misfortune's flash. We have to talk about this Fireball. The presence of Lilia is already being shown a lot more. While Dragoon is trying to farm up or even gank, it has not led to a lot of kills. But whenever Lilia has been there, it's always resulted in some sort of a flash being blown or some sort of an a kill being made, right? So it's just more impactful ganks coming out from Black Infinity.
Yeah, and it would, we would have never guessed that Lilia was the one who got invaded, and meanwhile in the bot lane again an engage coming on by the Leona onto this Nautilus will try to hold her in place, but that is not gonna happen. But again, guess who's there? Black Infinity. This guy just knows where to be at what points, and he actually has a CS advantage as well. So it just shows how much experience this guy has. Did not get to start his blue buff as a spell-based champion and still doing so well for himself in jungle.
Yeah, definitely is. I'm also very impressed with Olaf's farming at this point. He's almost farming at 9 or 10 CS a minute at this point. But RTO, he's behind in farm, but he's able to be relevant in the game as well. And Aatrox in team fights will have a lot more impact through his healing and through his damage as well. So looks to be doing fine for himself. Bot lane, at least I'm liking the fact as compared to game 1, right? There's a lot more proactivity from Clickbait and T-Berry trying to at least go for all-ins whenever they can, right? So while yes, Temple of Kings are finding themselves up with a goal lead, it's still not that significant. It's like 1k goal lead, but it's still Altar of Kings are definitely playing a lot better. At this point, the RTO could be in trouble as has to end up using his ultimate. Ragnarok was thrown the moment Aatrox went in, and I think RTO decided, it's probably not the right thing for me to do, decides to back away. But they are losing platings so far.
They are losing platings, and RTO is going to be losing a lot of CS as well. Actually decides to greed for it and stay in the lane, and let's see how well he can play this out. Red Corporal taking the turret hit right now. RTO just running circles around him, and he actually ends up getting the kill. So Red Corporal making a huge mistake right there. Fancy feet coming out by this Aatrox and completely bluffs out the Olaf, and amazing another solo kill coming on.
Yep, and in the mid lane as well, Lilia comes to sleep, and here comes Catbird, again benefactor of a kill that is set up through his jungle or support. He is now 4 kills to 0, and Thorfinn, tries he might, is just not able to get something back. Now you can see another gank happening. Here comes Nautilus, ends up using his ultimate onto the Leona actually while he zones out the Misfortune. Kaisa does not have enough damage. Again, the Leona damage is too much. On the other side, the Catbot could be in trouble, but here comes RTO. Oh, it's a nice flash from Dragon to make sure he does not end up hitting third Q. And Dead Corporal, yes, ends up dying, but not before he comes back and says, vengeance is on my cards right here, as he looks to go again. Thorfinn is again looking to use a teleport. There is no flash on RTO, but I think he will be surviving enough, and they will go after the next 2 Void Grubs. So again, suddenly Altar of Kings, after losing in a very random individual 1v1, get themselves a kill in the bot lane, get themselves a kill in the jungle. In the mid lane, other shutdown ends up actually going to the Olaf, which is huge, and they get all the Void Grubs. Fireball.
I mean, definitely we should be getting a replay of that fight real quick, not before we do see Dead Corporal just, I mean, this is a bad look. He would not be looking forward to replay that. In the mid lane, Victor did end up paying with his life. Good pickup right there, but right after that, in the top side jungle near the Grubs, a little bit of lapse in concentration, and Dead Corporal actually ended up getting 600 gold in his wallet, so he'll be feeling pretty happy with that.
Yeah, we should look at the gold per individual team. I think right now Olaf is 1200 gold ahead of the Aatrox. He is the highest gold in the game. That's a huge gap already created. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, there's also a significant gap of around 800, while bot seems to be doing quite well. Again, oh, the hook lands. How does that hook land?
From down,
what?
down.
What? Like, okay,
that
we need to see a replay of that.
That is Nautilus. I mean, I swear to God, you would be telling yourself that hook should not have hit a million times whenever you play against Nautilus.
and yet it did. But look at how many times Thorfinn is getting ganked in the mid lane, and how many times he's falling prey to these ganks. At a certain point, you have to see, fool me once, shame on me, fool me twice, sorry, fool me once, shame on you, fool me twice, shame on me, because he is getting constantly ganked. There is no ward to spot him. He ends up thinking, the hook again. It's like max range Kratos is so pixel perfect on these hooks, and again, it's just Altar of Kings are showing glimpses of promise. They're showing how they are, matching up in skill. But then when you think, okay, this is the time to shine, this is where they can come back. The moment we think that happens, they just end up dying yet again to what could have been avoided. Like, I think Thorfinn is just not properly warding out his things. He's walking up. There is no call of, Nautilus missing being given. There's no equal rotation being done by the Leona to make sure that this is not a 1v2 situation. And, he's died twice right now. It's allowed Corki to stay so relevant in this and lose out on so much advantage, right? Like, again, these smaller things that Temple of Kings does right that AOK is sort of falling prey to.
Definitely, Kratos coming on with the support roam timings and just playing it out to perfection. Every time he goes somewhere, he makes sure that he puts up a huge impact, either getting a summoner spell or in that case getting the life of the mid laner. But in the bottom side jungle, we will see an engage coming on as well. Dragoon,
yeah, this is huge right now. Catbots ends up getting slain right here. Flash E lands on the Kratos, but it's a 3v3 mind at this point. Infinity ends up using his sleeve, ends up getting this kiss. A beautiful misfortune ultimate did get the Leona, however, but not damage. Before they still want more. Kratos ends up going down. Dragoon is there. E on the bush. Sample Angels Lotus is the target. They will get slowed. Infinity Angel Lotus on the wrong side. A shutdown ends up going. Infinity jumps onto 3. Thorfinn gets his redemption. 3 kills for himself, and AOK suddenly find themselves back in the game with a great sort of gang. But here comes the teleport from Corki. Not sure what it is trying to do. Dead Corporal on the other side as well. Just gets the tower for himself. Gets the first turret. I'm not sure if he ended up soloing the Aatrox in the top lane as well, but just like, again, like, Aatrox is not in his lane enough, and this is really making things difficult because Olaf is just playing split push at this point, and he's becoming a menace in this team fights, in the solo lane, sorry.
Yeah, should look at the replay right here. Beautiful engage coming on by the Maokai. Make sure Catbot stays locked into place, and once the damage threat of Corki is gone, Altar of Kings feel pretty comfortable to go far up ahead, and this misfortune bullet time just absolutely shreds through the side of Temple of Kings.
You see Demacia being spoken, Ragnarok, Dead Corporal. We have seen this guy's ability to carry, and now that he has that amount of damage himself, gets a kill onto the mid lane. Finally, AOK are doing what TOK were doing to AOK's mid lane, which is just constantly ganking them, and they get a kill for themselves. Meanwhile, Kai'Sa double teleport. Okay, they want to run after them.
The Axes are just gonna land short. Clickbait is here. Angel Float is actually playing with fire again. Why are you doing that, my man? It's a grand final. Why are you doing that?
This is just a little bit of cockiness. Did not anticipate the Leona to be there. So perfectly timed at this point, and I think right now the game has turned. The goal lead is significantly 2.5k, 3k in favor of AOK, and AOK have suddenly changed the tide in just a matter of a couple of minutes. Yes, they've lost out on Angel's Lotus, and they're now going for the dragon, which will be their second dragon of the game, Infernal for themselves. Not before it gets contested, however, but it's a 4v5 fireball. Will they contest? Not decide, not too smart of them to not. But Olaf, man, this guy is on fire. Suddenly Thorfinn finds himself with 5 kills, and then Misfortune also being the benefactor. Leona with the beautiful engages, just having a lot more impact. And AOK, they are here to play in game 2. This is what we were expecting out of this team heading into the finale.
I mean, it all started off the back of the enemy side, and he just stutter stepping the Olaf axis on max. Secure the kill, and is this Angel's Lotus would be kicking himself for doing that.
Absolutely, and I think this one Black Infinity finds a pick onto the Thorfinn again. Thorfinn just gets up, being in the wrong place at the wrong time all the time. That's a nice stun, a good flash. He will still survive, gets a kill back. Flash Q is there, shut down, ends up getting RTO, gets a kill back. But the amount of face checks that Thorfinn does that make him die, like you could play a drinking game on that. You know, every time Thorfinn like ends up getting caught, like have a drink and you'd probably be drunk before the game even ends at this point, right? Because again, he could have avoided being in the situation. He could just walk on his turret, decides not to do that. Angel's Lotus. I have a feeling that Olaf is not going to risk playing against a Kaisa in the tower because of the maneuverability that Kaisa has. But yet again, you know, Temple of Kings slowly get a kill back. The Herald is up at this point. Fireball. Will they choose to take it? Something we'll have to see. They do not have priority of that actually. You know, Leona's guarding that along with the Misfortune. Olaf also ends up rotating at this point, and you know, Thorfinn decides, you know what, I'm just going to go to the bot lane at this point, and I don't think they're going to do the Herald at all. It might end up dying by itself, and the Baron might end up spawning. But man, we're in for a close game, Fireball. This is getting exciting, right? 5-3, 5-3 in the mid lane, 3 kills to top each, 2 kills to bottom, 0-1-6. Look at the KDAs, they're so similar to each other. It makes you think that, you know what, like this is becoming or going to be a very interesting game.
So 20 minutes into the game, Gold's pretty much dead even right there. Altar of Kings already coming up strong, completely forgetting about the first game loss that they had, and this is what the Altar of Kings we were looking forward to see, and boy have they come up big time. And let's see how this one pans out. Both the teams so close in gold, and it can be an evens game. So with the shutdown on Thorfinn, RTO did pick up a handy 700 gold for himself there as well, and it's gonna like give him a nice boost on items right there. So both the ADCs slowly scaling up as well. We just saw Misfortune finish her second item, so Bloodthirster and the Infinity Edge. This
she is power specking hard.
Scary pirate in the bot lane.
Yeah, I think Baron has spawned at this point. Nobody ended up taking the Herald, mind you. Do remember that 6 Void Gloves. Again, you know, Temple of Kings not really prioritizing the Void Gloves again. And Thorfinn, okay, have a drink before he gets caught. No, never mind. This time he survives. But again, you know, this time it was just RTO at this point. Again, Thorfinn just needs to be very careful. He is getting targeted. He needs to know that. He's only died thrice. The amount of times he got in ganked is probably a lot. But then we talk about the scaling at this point. You have the Lilia, who's just going to become a monster in the late game. You have the Corki as well, who will scale. Olaf as well, who's strong in the top lane as well. But I think it's going to be interesting as we look at the gold per individual. Let's have a look at what's happening in the top lane between Olaf and Aatrox. I think Olaf is still having a hefty gold lead in the individual lane, but I think in the mid lane it's sort of evened out with the amount of kills that Victor has gotten. And in the bot lane, I think it's Misfortune. Can we see the individual gold graphs if possible? Observers, if there are any at this point.
Definitely, I think Misfortune is doing pretty well for herself, but Kaisa does have the CS advantage right there, so that should be cancelling it out a little bit. So yeah, not a lot of only like 70-80 gold difference.
Yeah, you see right, like all the gold lead that AOK have is all sitting in top. That 2000 gold lead that you see, right, is sitting on the Olaf, right? The Olaf is a monster at this point, and it's going to be very hard for him to match him in the side lane, which is very smart of TOK because they're not sending the Aatrox, which I think will end up losing out to him. But in fact, they're sending the Corki. Corki again will have a lot of damage and spacing to be fine. Again, though, Lilia is keeping her eyes on bot. There is nobody out there who is looking at this. I'm not even sure what is happening in the top lane, but I think, you know, Suvo has understood that, okay, you know what, something is fishy, let me just be supportive to them at this point, and then ends up, you know, being there for his mid laner. But Infi is just looking for that one opportunity. Mid lane, however, is there. Oh, this could be a fight happening. They end up going beautiful stun, but oh, the Nautilus ulti does end up interrupting the Misfortune ulti, but not before Misfortune could die. Team Mary has no mana Fireball. They will look to run away. Here comes Olaf, ends up using his Ghost, but to no avail. But then again, you have Suvo looking to slag. The ultimate ends up getting used, killing spree. Misfortune is going to be in trouble, dies as well. But you have the shutdown going after the Misfortune. But you have Suvo and Olaf, the two-man machine at this point. They'll do what they can. Thorfinn could be in trouble. Here comes Catbot, ends up wiping in front of Thorfinn, killing him. Dragoon should look to run away at this point. He does have his passive up, but Black Infinity and Catbot are the remaining people left right now. 3 for 2. It's an Altar of Kings team fight that went in their favor, Fireball, and they will still come out on top.
What a chaotic team fight that was. It was almost like it was fought in two separate units. So it all started when Dead Corporal did take down Kratos and they ended up getting the kill onto the Kaisa there as well. And it was looking really well for AOK, like a clean team fight, but Catbot did get back something
Meanwhile,
for
in the
their side
picture
at
on
least.
picture, Dragoon ends up dying right here because there's just not enough people. And again, just a mistake that's happened. Double kill ends up going over to TOK Fireball. It looked like there were enough people, but people just were not there. And they ended up just dying for no reason, giving the third dragon of the game away for Temple of Kings right here. So they sort of come back on the dragon game and they will rotate to get the Million Tower as well. They will rotate to get Baron as well. So because Fireball, because now the jungler and the support is dead.
I mean, yeah, it is time to start up the Baron, or if not secure it, at least wait a fight and try to get some kills back. Thorfinn does not have the teleport to join this quickly as well. That Corvo positioning himself nicely in the background, will pop his ultimate, will try to go in, but
they get
great
the dragon.
might.
Yeah, they get one kill. Can they get more? Catbot is looking to run away. But here comes CC Immune Olaf, looking to be a monster at this point, but ends up getting shut down. It's a 2-for-1 at the end of the day. They get Baron, they just walk away with 2 deaths and they get the Olaf as well. The shutdown ends up going over. So good enough, I would say, for Temple of Kings. They come out on top. They get the Baron for themselves. That 2 kills on the Dragon side, with they got the jungle and support, traded into a Million Tower and a Baron. So macro standpoint, those picks paid out huge for TOK as they look to protect their second inner turret at this point. And I think they will look to get it, but they might have to run at this point, or they do get it. So at least something is responded back. The blue buff and the entire blue quadrant of TOK will get taken, but Baron still lives on the side of 3 players of TOK.
Definitely, Temple of Kings would be happy with that exchange. They end up losing 2 members, but they most importantly got the Baron, and on the cherry on top, they got the shutdown of the Olaf onto Angel's Lotus on this Kaisa. So I think overall, good victory coming out for Temple of Kings, and they would definitely be happy with that. Now let's see what they can do in this Baron power play. Let's see where the sieges are going to take place. For the time being, it looks like the bottom lane is going topside to get that tier 3 turret out of the way.
Yeah, I think because of the amount of time they wasted with Baron getting it, this might not be a very positive Baron play. Let's see if they're able to get the 2 outer turrets. However, AOK doing really well to actually defend their outer turrets as well. Right, both their top and bot are like just standing there and nobody has been able to take them. Catbot did die in the Baron siege, so he does not have Baron for himself. But again, Dead Corp could be in trouble. He just goes in, the Madman goes in. But I don't think that's going to be enough. Or will it be enough? No, it will not be. The 1v2 ends up losing out. And again, just the power output is not enough. There's a lot of magic damage. There's not really a lot of magic resistance coming out right here. Meanwhile, Clickbait is looking for a kill as well. I think this could be the death of Nautilus. Nautilus ends up landing a hook, which for a chain does not land on anybody, but he gets a 1-for-1 back. So, but Temple of Kings, they are able to get the 2 towers, at least the outer turrets. Can they get some of the inner ones? We have to wait and see. Yes, they are able to get the inner turret as well. So that does propel the gold lead. Now they are the ones with the gold lead firework.
Definitely, I felt that Corporal could have actually backed off, but he backed himself with the ultimate to take down at least 1 member from TOK, but did not work out for his favor, and they ended up paying with 2 turrets in that bottom lane, and in the top side as well, the outer turret goes down. The gold was actually dead even. They were both on exactly same gold, but after that play, Temple of Kings slowly and then surely starting to build up this gold advantage right now.
Yeah, and I think in the middle, Thorfinn has just not farmed a lot. Like if you look at everybody else, right, they're all farming around 200 CS, but you look at Thorfinn, I don't think he's gotten the opportunity to really find a way for himself, and this is where he's lacking on getting out an EXP as well, because he's level 14 to Catbot's level 15 already, and this is where I feel like it's going to be a little bit difficult for him to do much about this. So we'll have to wait and see what happens. But on the other side though, curious to see how this game ends up happening. It is close, Fireball. Do you think AOK has a chance to still win out this game?
I mean, the greatest weakness that AOK was showing in this tournament was the ability to close the games out once they had the lead. So, I mean, there would be an engage right
all
here.
in and they get a kill onto Catbot. That was a flash engage from the Maokai, and the beautiful ultimates used completely by Suvo and Misfortune get a kill out of themselves. The question is, what do they get out of this at this point? Maybe Dragon, they can prevent the soul from being taken. It is still, teleport is up, so Corki should be back at this point. Teleport is being used by Thorfinn to no avail. So they get a pick, but what do they really get out of it beyond?
I mean, yeah, I guess this is where Temple of Kings would be looking to get some vision back and focus themselves on getting this Infernal Soul. So big boost to damage that would be provided if they can get this. Order of Kings definitely would not be looking to give that one up for free. As
Oh,
we do
they've
see
used the
fight.
Maokai. They want to fight before Corki is up. The Zonya ends up getting used there by Black Infinity, but Nautilus will end up dying. So great attempt at fighting AOK, fought at the right time. Ignite being used. Angel's Lotus is dead. So is the Maokai. So is the Misfortune. So is the Corki. Oh my lord, these fights are going left and center. Here comes Olaf. It's a 3v2. It's a 4v2 at the end of the day, and Altar of Kings come out on top in that team fight. Beautiful timing. They knew that they had a window to fight before Corki was up, and they utilized that window and got 4 kills for themselves. Beautiful gameplay coming out from AOK right here.
I mean, in the replay, we will be seeing Angel's Lotus actually decided to ult in aggressively, went for the backline and was not able to get the kill for himself. And I think it would have been better if he just fought from front to back. So he just decides to ult into 3 people, and with a Leona standing there. So not sure what was going on in his head right there. But the teleport did come in time from Katrina bot on the back. So at least they get something for themselves. Otherwise, it would have been a clean wipe onto Temple of Kings by AOK.
Yeah, this game, ladies and gentlemen, is as close as it can get. You are seeing the power that both players, that both teams have. Once the Maokai lockdown is there, someone will die. Doesn't matter. Cleanse is down. Great opportunity to jump on this again. There is no QSS being filled. Kratos could be in trouble. You are seeing the damage output there. Ends up using his dredge line, but I think ultimate will survive. Here comes Maokai with his ultimate as well, but nothing to avail. But my lord, 3 dragons apiece. The next dragon will really decide if who gets the Infernal Soul, and that might be the end of the game. Yes, TOK got a Baron this game, but it did not really amount to anything. The Olaf is on a rampage. The Misfortune is playing extremely well. A little bit of an off game from the Kaisa, if I'm very honest, like you said. And I think even the Nautilus has been completely neutralized by the power of the Leona, because the Leona has just had so much more impact with the Misfortune ultimate, and also with Maokai setting it up.
I mean, definitely I'm not happy with the way Angel's Lotus has been performing in this game. We saw in the top lane the lapse in concentration, not even a lapse in concentration, just straight up BM and gives away a cheap kill there. Decided to ult into 3 people in the bot lane. So I guess his mental is not right at the moment, but he really needs to shake it off and bring his A game back, because we know how good of an ADC he is. So if he wants his team to pick up the 2-0 lead in this series, he has to start.
The Baron has been started right here, guys. Kratos is here. Teleport comes in, but it might be a bit too late. He queues on the other side, which means Baron will end up being given for free. Now, can they fight in the return? Something you have to see. Thorfinn is in trouble, will end up being dead. If the rest of them survive and they run, which is what they should do, I think it's still worth it for them, because it's like Baron with 4 people, but they are on the chase. Kratos and RTO, they have used their ultimates. Kratos, not his ultimate, still there. Dragoon could be in trouble. Beautiful ultimate from Misfortune, just zoning them out completely, allowing the Maokai to actually return back, and they are still so low. But this is not a fight they should die. Here comes Olaf. CC the Kratos, gets a kill onto him. Meanwhile, on the side, Kaisa also dies. This is not the fight TOK wanted himself. RTO is caught between 4 people, cannot get the kill onto T-Berry, and again 3 kills end up going over for that kill on Thorfinn, and Temple of Kings are currently just losing out on the game. AOK are making an impact happen. This Olaf is the one making it happen.
Brother Angel again ulted into the backline, trying to one-shot the Misfortune, but the Misfortune is just so far ahead. Just look at this. T-Berry completely takes down Angel's Lotus in 3 and 4 auto attacks. So Angel's Lotus having a stinker of a game as of now, and it's looking good for Altar of Kings. They swing the gold back into their favor, have the Baron buff to start the siege of their own, and I think this might be an angle for them to take this second game and bring it back to 1-1 in the series.
Yeah, I mean, this is their opportunity. This is their finals. Long time we've seen, they have have taken games against TOK. This is not the first time we would have won against them, but they need to do this 2 more times or 3 more times. They need to win a series, win a matchup, and it has been long since they've been trying to do it. But this is one of the reasons why we know that this team has the potential to beat TOK, because they've, even when it matters, people like Dead Corporal show up, people like T-Berry, Clickbait, and Dragoon are showing up when it matters to really make this game happen. And also Thorfinn, while he is getting caught out a few times here and there, he has been relevant enough and has the damage output it needs to put right here. Now with Baron being siege Fireball, do you expect to see more towers going down, or do you see them just setting them up for an Infernal Soul?
I mean, I guess going to Soul Point and most importantly denying the soul from Temple of Kings should be their #1 priority right now. And Order of Kings, they still have to close this game out. It is far from over. We did see Order of Kings whenever they got huge goal leads as well previously in the previous series. They were not able to close it out as cleanly as they would like. So this is all but a 1500 to 2000 goal lead at 34-35 minutes, which practically means nothing. So again, it all just comes back to the team fights and how the macro plays out, and I think that is what's going to be the deciding factor here.
Yeah, I think this is going to be the dragon, so it's going to be 3 dragons a piece at this point. But look at this, Olaf on the other side has gotten the tower for himself. Meanwhile, Angel's Lotus is going to go in as well. Catwater has run away. Not sure what's happening on the dragon side of things, but however, it looks like a fight's about to happen. Kratos wants to go after the Misfortune. Misfortune run away. They'll get some kills back. Actually, the Misfortune the ultimate now finally being used, but no, they got a kill back. T-Berry versus oh my lord, fights are out to happen, but it's still going to be AOK who comes out on top at this point. Here comes the ultimate. The Ragnarok is also not yet used. The Ghost is being used, and now the Demacia is being used. A nice dash away will make him survive out there. But on the other side, they lost 2 for 3 Fireball. You know, Corki, Black Infinity, and Kratos ended up dying right here. AOK are making this game work for themselves as they are gotten the top lane inhibitor as well. They got the 3rd dragon, and they are just looking too good in this game.
Thorfinn did teleport into the bot lane. Maybe they were looking at an end angle as the dead timers are still ticking away. Dead Corporal will teleport back, so it's just the Aatrox Kaisa against the world. They have to defend their base against all odds. That's the first Nexus turret that goes down. But surely the dead timers are coming back up, so Order of Kings decide to back up from that. They ended up getting 1 Nexus turret, and the mid lane tier 2 still stands. I guess going to the mid lane could have been an option there as well, but doing significant damage to the base of Temple of Kings right there.
Yeah, they are chasing them for some reason, but Corki has used a teleport in the mid lane, so I'm not sure what the plan here is. Oh, the W lands will also follow up. Will Infinity follow up? There we go. They are looking to follow up right here. And a beautiful Dresden hook coming out from the Nautilus will end up getting T-Berry. No, T-Berry is still going to survive. Look at how long he's here to survive it for. Meanwhile, the team is there. Zonians are getting used. Oh, Corki will be in trouble. Olaf is alive. The man, the Ragnarok.
Infinity!
He's asleep right now. Infinity, by the way, on the other side is doing an insane amount of damage. Here comes RTO as well. He just needs a couple more auto attacks to hit. The slow lands, the Q lands, the shutdown happens, and TOK find themselves with 3 kills by losing 2. They are not down, however. Black Infinity chasing after Dragoon right here, but I think for now that's going to be enough. But please look at what has happened in the bot lane. Teleport instantly coming out right from Aatrox. He notices the opportunity to take an inhibitor. He is going to take an inhibitor. It's 1 person remaining. Infi and Catbot are chasing Dragoon because all they have to do is keep Dragoon busy, while on the other side, RTO will end the game. They have gotten the ace, and suddenly, out of nowhere, from taking down the Nexus turret to taking down the Nexus themselves, TOK are coming up with a victory. 6 seconds to go. Will it be enough? I think it won't. Let's see. Oh my lord, they have come though. It's 2 seconds to go. They will survive. The inhibitor is still not down. Oh my lord, again on the other side. Infinity ends up dying. So does RTO. RTO shall do what he can. It's not going to be enough. Right? There's no objective to be taken 10 seconds to Baron. But that's about it. And they lose 2 more in the process. They lose the top inhibitor turret, but not the inhibitor. And my lord Fireball, what is this game? From one side of the map to the other side of the map, it looks like someone is about to end, but no, it doesn't happen, and they just survive.
What an insane series of events. It all started with AOK actually taking down the Nexus turret from the side of Temple of Kings, but Black Infinity coming up huge, taking down 3 members of Order of Kings, and because of his abilities, his positioning, he just hopped, skipped around the entire side of Order of Kings in a massive massive play coming out by this Lilia. Make sure that Temple of Kings actually bring it back for themselves and get an extra turret. But as all of that is happening, Altar of Kings do start up this Baron.
It will be a 3v4 because Olaf is
Yeah.
not there, but there is no smite, so this should be a free Baron. Yeah, there it is. And they want to chase him, but they really can't do anything about this. And all AOK have to do is back away. And they have a minute and 15 to go for Soul. They have the advantage. They've lost one inhibitor on one side, but it's still looking like they still have the advantage, Fireball.
Definitely, I think Altar of Kings would be feeling very comfortable with where they are right now. So the dragon does spawn in 1 minute, and this is going to be the deciding dragon. Both the teams sitting on those soul points. So I expect a game-ending fight breaking out right then and there. So both of teams should be pathing towards this bot side, try to get deep vision and set up for those souls.
I mean, I do think because the inhibitor is down on the other side, right? There's going to be a huge wave that will stack up. This has to be a soul for AOK, right? Look, they also have 3 infernal dragons. So 4 infernal dragons soul is just about the strongest infernal dragon soul you can get, right? And I think this is looking very difficult for AOK right now. They need a miracle play to happen. They need the waves to be pushed out. They need the barons to be done. And if AOK plays this smartly, utilizes their baron push better, and then takes the right opportunity to get the soul, I think this is when they'll have the advantage right here. Look at where the waves are. Look at where Lilia is. This could be an opportunity for AOK to just run right now and start. There's nobody to steal. And Lilia is running away, and against a 4v5, they have to give it up. TOK realizing, you know what, we can't contest it. They're choosing to give this up. Sorry, Fireball.
Free Dragon, actually, Temple of Kings not even deciding to contest it. I think they was not confident with their damage outputs right there. So 4 Infernal Dragon Soul coming on for the side of Altar of Kings. So it just points me towards the side that Temple of Kings are looking to turtle and let this Baron buff time out and maybe drag this game forward another 5 minutes for that Elder Dragon to spawn. I think their eyes are set up on that, as Elder Dragon is such a game-changing buff. So the name of the game for Temple of Kings right now is just to turtle, not give away kills, get as much farm from the inhibitor lane as they can, and fight all for this Elder Dragon.
Yeah, then at least the inhibitor has spawned back in the top lane. But fighting with Infernal right now is going to be a little bit difficult on the side of Temple of Kings. Let's see if they have the opportunity. But you're right, they chose to give it up. They chose to let the Baron, end up just getting over. And then now they're just trying to turtle their way into victory. But it's looking so difficult right now. You have an Olaf with 6 items. He has the Force of Nature 4. He has the Frozen Heart, 3 offensive items. You have the Victor who's farmed up to be a Storm. You have the Misfortune with her Guardian's Angel. You have to kill her twice. And you have Suo right here, who's played an absolute fantastic game 2 in this game. Like, such a comeback from game 1. Like, beautiful engages this point. And honestly, on the other side, Angels, Lotus and Kratos have had a very off game. Nautilus, also while some great moments, most of them have been not as optimal, and Kai'Sa herself just does not have the right amount of damage output to really win out on these trades right here, and this is just making things look difficult. Now for the next 2.5 minutes, Fireball, I don't think we have anything to do but just to wait and see when the Elder spawns.
Yeah, definitely. Angels Lotus, I think this is one of the worst performances that he has had in a really long time. So still is sitting on that 6 items, guys. So guys, at 42 minutes, when everyone's sitting at full build, the goal differences does not matter. Everyone is at their full potential, at least the carry champions. Everyone's have completed builds along with potions and stuff, so it all just comes down to execution, how well they can fight and how well they can position themselves. It should be a lull state till the Baron spawns, which is gonna be in 2 minutes, and a minute after that it's gonna be Elder Dragon. So this Baron buff fight is gonna be deciding, and till that point it's just the name of the game is stay safe, do not die, because the dead timers at this point are gonna be like a minute long at least. So it's very crucial for the side of both the teams to stay relatively safe and make sure that nothing comes out which is a throw.
Yeah, at this point, there are still for Maokai being a tank, he is still at least 3.5 items. He's not finished his full items yet, so hasn't the Atrox. But apart from that, most of them are actually full build at this point. Do have to question the smart choice from T-Berry to go after the GA. Like he's like, in case I get caught out right here, I have another chance. And at this point, Kaisa is not opting for the GA herself. Kaisa is like, I'm going to go full damage. Has a Nash's Tooth, has a Rage Blade, has a lot of on-hit items that will make her extremely hardcore. But if she gets caught, she's caught. Like she does not even have a QSS. She has cleanse, and she's hoping and praying that cleanse will be enough for me to survive. Whereas on the misfortune side, you have a GA in case she gets caught out. There's still some semblance for her to survive. There is no Zonya on the Corki either. Corki is opted for a full-on attack speed build, attack damage build as well. So again, in terms of like defensive summoners, defensive items, you are seeing that AOK have that. The Zonya is there on the Victor, the GA is there on the Misfortune. Whereas on TOK, they're just like, what, we're not playing to play defensive. If you want to kill you, we'll just kill you. But it's a risky play. If they end up getting caught, also they end the game for themselves. But if they don't, the extra damage output from these items may end up, leading them to victory, right? So this is where the game will sort of be.
This Misfortune has a shield from Bloodthirster, has a shield from Immortal Shield Bow, has defenses from the GA, has the plated seal caps. This is a very, very tanky Misfortune, and I don't see her going down all that easily. It's gonna take a lot of effort from Temple of Kings to take the Misfortune down. And just 10-3 and 11, T-Berry having a statement game for himself, and the Baron is alive right now as the moment gets even more tense as each second passes. 44 minutes into the game already. Now
here comes the Maokai ultimate as well. The flash is they end up getting Angel Lotus. His cleanse has to be used, his flash has to be used. So yes, they get two very important summoners. We spoke about this, we were just speaking about this. Now they're gone. The Leonard's up in another 45 seconds. What is Angel Lotus doing? He's gonna get caught. He has to use the ultimate in the right spot. He will survive. Clickbait though might be a little too close. He will end up surviving. He has Warmox. He will heal out of battle. The WQ ends up going after Black Infinity. He has his flash as well, and he ends up using his ult. He does not use it. His flash and movement speed is enough. Meanwhile, look at what's happening.
Look
They are
at the
just looking to
base.
end up. Are they going to look at doing a base race happening, or just going to go? The TP does end up happening. This is eyes on multiple sides. On this side, Teok is fighting to survive. On the other side, Aatrox and Corki are looking to end the game.
It's actually game end.
Oh my
Game
God.
end.
This is it. Temple of Kings. Big brain game at this point, using the teleport, using the advantage to get there. The Nexuses were completely unguarded on the top, on the other side. They were just too late to respond at this point. Angel's Lotus survived to his cousin Flash. And man, this was AOK's opportunity to win. This was their chance. However, at the end, when things got a little high pressure, it was Temple of Kings' big brain play to just send two people top to make the victory happen, and they take away game 2 in this best of 5.
I'm at a loss of words. This is exactly what happened in the previous tournament as well when AOK went out against TOK. It was a base race at the end, and just as when you saw the Maokai engaging in the mid lane, you thought it was game over for the side of Temple of Kings. The Kaisa was forced to use the flash and the cleanse, but Black Infinity, Kratos and Angel's Lotus played it so well. They managed to survive, which gave the Aatrox the chance to push into the top side, and all the attention was in the bot side. I mean, you're at 46-47 minutes into the game, and when there's a team fight happening, everyone's gonna be focusing on that, and the Aatrox just goes unchecked, ends up going into the base, the Kaisa kiting towards the base as well, and it's just insanity. It's absolutely mind-boggling, the stuff that just we witnessed at the end. I want to see a replay of that if we can.
Absolutely.
Like the base race, like we saw the members kiting towards the bottom side, and it was just insane. Done.
It was so close. You felt with Infernal Soul that they had an advantage. The only way Temple of Kings had an out was they knew that the Nexuses were naked. The inhibitor turrets, the Nexus inhibitor turrets were taken away in the last fight, right? So they used that opportunity. I don't think they saw it coming, right? I think Temple of Kings planned this out really, really well. They were like, you know what, let's bait around this. And I think Angel's Lotus, quick thinking on his cleanse and flash, uses ult to maneuver away as well. And I think that was really what happened. Let's have a look at the replay. Fireball, walk us through what is happening right here.
I mean, as you see in the bottom side, Catbot, Black Infinity, and Angel's Lotus just buying so much time. You know, Black Infinity is so nimble with his feet, uses the Zonia to buy some more time as well. But meanwhile, look at the Aatrox. The Aatrox, it just goes unnoticed. Thorfinn is the only one who saw, like, hey guys, we have a problem here, and he has no way that he can stop the Aatrox on his own. The teleport starts going in as well. Catbot just teleports inside the base, and look at this Black Infinity and Kratos just keep themselves so busy that Altar of Kings had no reply, and oh my god,
what a League of Legends game! What a game!
Is what we are here.
I mean, my heart goes out to AOK right here because I think they played extremely well. They gave us a game that showed us how great they are. And honestly, this was their game to win because they had the Infernal Soul, they had the advantage. But just when the timing was right, Temple of Kings took that backdoor, got the RTO win, and just teleported to a victory. Beautiful game coming out right there. This is where experience, playing well under pressure, a lot of these things end up mattering as well. And I think AOK saw it coming, AOK saw it coming, but by the time they saw it, I think it was too late. It was too late at this point. Game 2, guys. Here are your victors. Temple of Kings, through thick and thin, through losing an Infernal Soul, have found themselves through a backdoor victory in Game 2 and are now 2-0 up in this finals of the crucial Micron presents the Esports Club Community Cup August Open, powered by Zotac Gaming. And, you know, again, how do you recover, Fireball, from this?
I mean,
how do you recover from this?
That's exactly what I was about to touch on, and this has got to be an absolute mental breaker for Altar of Kings. After the first game, they completely got stormed. They came back in Game 2, and it was looking very good for them, and it was like, it was almost looking so good for Altar of Kings. They got the 4th Infernal Dragon Soul, they got 3 Barons for themselves, they took down the first Nexus turret for themselves as well, and it was just looking so good, and you end up losing the game in this way. I mean, how do you recover from this?
This is again like a week of reverse sweeps in LoL Esports as well. We've seen a lot of cases of reverse sweeps have happened. I don't know what. I think you just have to forget about this game, go for a mental reset.
How do you do that?
No, at least the takeaway is that, you know what, we can beat them easily.
Yeah.
Like, I think that is the only takeaway, and they have 3 games to do it. It's not completely over, but yeah, this one is a tilter. It's going to be a little difficult for them to really push this through, but let's hope and see if they can, because they've shown us the potential that they have to really win out this game. I think it was a great performance from Suo, particularly on that Leona. I think played fantastic. I think Dead Corporal was a carry in that game as well. Maokai with his flashing gauges. Everybody, T-Berry and Thorfinn, I think everybody stepped up. Let's not giving any particular person credit, right? And there were a lot of falters, however, on the side of Temple of Kings Fireball. Like, we did not have what the kind of performance we expect from someone like an Angel's Lotus, or what we expect out of Kratos, or even I think for Catbot, I think he not had the best. He died a lot more than he should have. What are your thoughts on Temple of Kings' performance, particularly in this game?
I mean, definitely, I don't think they would be very happy with what they showed. I think the game was this close because of their own mistakes as well. I mean, that compounded into the fact that Altar of Kings were having a really great game for themselves as well. So we will break all of that down when we will come back after a short break with the match summary and highlights. Stay tuned, guys. More exciting League of Legends action coming up for you.
Count me out. Next time pick a higher number. Next time you should run for cover. Next time let the giants slumber. They wanna keep me down. No amount of your words get humble. That spirit that refused to crumble. Got the roaring line, reduce the mumbles. 2 a.m. on first. Imitate vultures how they lurk. 10 toes with it, I'm out of eye with you, boy. Challenge the best with your worst. This is my turf. Way I move is inertia. Can't be stopped, it's unheard of. From the dirt, sweat got my feet muddy. Spin my wins, they might search you. On my word, path took plenty turns. It broke my confidence in cursive. When submerged, I found resolving my purpose and tell you about it back on surface. I survived. I survived. Ever been lost in the woods, praying that it don't get dark? Ooh. Ever been in a situation couldn't win, but you still had heart? Yeah. you anything like me, evolve from chump to shark, the hunger starts to grow apart. You didn't know you had, it's like that. Flip the switch, turn it up, and I'm giving it gas. I lock it in on free, adrenaline double my percent. Made a home in the unknown, I swear I never fear again. I got ice in my blood, big enough to down this shit. I don't care how bad it get, I got 10 toes down, don't forget, I survived. I survived. When you on the brink and you in too deep, when you feeling weak, when it's hard to breathe, you gon' take a knee? Never. You gon' keep it G forever. Stand up and face whatever. I'm built unique, I'm better than the hard times I seen. Crime scene, obscene, face the ugly, cover up like Maybelline. Had a certainty and urgency, cut from me like surgery. Formed again more sturdily, personally. I don't see nobody stopping me. I don't see nobody topping me. I don't see nobody honestly. I run you over if that's what it's gotta be. And it's gotta be what I look like, having fear still haunt me. What I look like, having regret haunt me. Pay that price, I don't care what it cost me. All my life been me against the army. I'ma push the red button on them like Atari. I'm big dog with a human like a Maltese. See more fall off the 03 tall tees. Not sorry for the way I am. Learn to ball them up with no one holding your hand. Never back down, never hide in the sand. If you ain't hear the message, let me say it again. Yo, let me say it again. I survived. I survived. I survived. I survived. I survived. And I don't know defeat, I only know the heat. I only know the grind, I only know the sweet. Yo, I miss sweat, I only know the best. That's up on my chest, I only know the reps. I only know what's next, nothing more, nothing less. All on my name, I've been watching Notre Dame, and I'm trying to make moves. Yeah, I'm trying to make moves, and they trying to move chains. What's the goal on my name? 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 I've been watching Notre Dame, and I'm trying to make moves. Yeah, I'm trying to make moves, and they trying to move chains. What's the goal on my name? What's the goal on my name? What's the goal on my name? Y'all trying to move chains, I ain't into playing games, I ain't into naming names, but I mean it just the same. When I name and the lights turn to flame, and the flame turn to ash, but the goal will remain. Yeah, goal on my name, I've been watching Notre Dame, and I'm trying to make moves. Yeah, I'm trying to make moves, and they trying to move chains. What's the goal on my name? 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 I've been watching Notre Dame, and I'm trying to make moves. Yeah, I'm trying to make moves, and they trying to move chains. What's the goal on my name? What's the goal on my name? What's the goal on my name? This ain't what you thought it was. This ain't for nights out or for good enough. It's for early AM, still waking up. Trying to make it, yup. It's our time and we gon' take it up. Goal on my name, I've been watching Notre Dame, and I'm trying to make moves. Yeah, I'm trying to make moves, and they trying to move chains. What's the goal on my name? 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 I've been watching Notre Dame, and I'm trying to make moves. Yeah, I'm trying to make moves, and they trying to move chains. What's the goal on my name? 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 I've been watching Notre Dame, and I'm trying to make moves. Yeah, I'm trying to make moves, and they trying to move chains. What's the goal on my name? 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 I've been watching Notre Dame, and I'm trying to make moves. Yeah, I'm trying to make moves, and they trying to move chains. What's the goal on my name? What's the goal on my name? What's the goal on my name?
Guys, welcome back to Crucial by Micron presents TEC Community Cup August Open powered by Zotac for the grand finals. And Kaka, what a game we have just witnessed. Absolute nail biter. I am at a loss of words during that last team fight. It was just looking so close. It was looking like almost the perfect engage for Altar of Kings onto the side of the Kaisa, but the macro coming out from Temple of Kings to get the base race once again against Altar of Kings is such a tilter.
Yeah, Altar of Kings will be wondering what do they need to do to get a win over TOK. In the last tournament, if you remember, that's how TOK beat them as well.
Yeah, exactly.
By backdooring their Nexus, and this happens again. It's deja vu all over again. I mean, you look at the match, somebody does. This game was so close. Only a 1000 gold difference in the end. They had the Infernal Dragon Soul with 4 Infernal Dragons, 2 Barons, 6 Void Grubs. So this game was for AOK to lose, and somehow they have managed to lose it.
I mean, amazing play coming out of Temple of Kings right there. And I think that team fight was gonna be the turning point, and people are gonna be looking at it for a long time to come. I think this game has been etched into League of Legends India history, and great game coming out. 45 minutes, everyone's at 6 items, everyone's so tense, the comms would be so chaotic there as well. And let's look at the damage graph of that previous game, and I believe it's just gonna be the victor actually taking away the most damage. And Thorfinn, although did not have one of the best games, did dish out a lot of damage, and the Corki doing so well. I think the Corki was the reason that the mid game was stabilized. Every team fight that looked like was going to go in AOK's favor, Akshaj was the one taking away a few kills for his side there as well. And the rest, well, the rest is history.
Yeah, I mean, AOK had the better scaling comp with the Victor, who was so far ahead at one point. The MF, who had 6 items on herself. So did the Olaf, but Black Infinity did a really good job in that last team fight to not get caught and buy so much time for his side lanes to push up and get that Nexus. And again, Lilia, Black Infinity on this Lilia is the MVP for me as well. That KDA might not be the shiniest or the flashiest, but what he did in game to keep on buying time for his laners to finish the game off, I think that was just cherry on top for this guy in his performance throughout the series so far.
I mean, we do see Black Infinity with that MVP award yet again, as he has done many a times in his illustrious career, and he was the stabilizing part for his side. Made very few mistakes, did get invaded level 1 as well, did not have the best starts, but Black Infinity, being Black Infinity, just dragged his team. And we have to remember that Black Infinity is the voice of reason in their team. He is the main, leader in game, and he makes the important calls, and I'm pretty sure he was the one who called for that backdoor right there as well, making sure RTO does not teleport into the bottom lane, just keeps on pushing the top side, gets the backdoor, the XPK, and buying so much time in that bot fight as well. Amazing use of his flash, holding onto it for so long, using his Zonias to stay alive, and just hopping, skipping, and jumping around on that Lilia was just so beautiful to watch. And hats off to Black Infinity yet again.
Yeah, that really well done. Again, that last team fight or last exchange, I don't know if you can even call it a team fight, but he had a part to play. He cancelled so many recalls there, and huge props to RTU as well. Any other top laner could have just TP'd bot to participate in that team fight, but he did not. He kept on pushing, got the Nexus, and got the win for that his team. But again, for AOK, it's going to be a heartbreaker, and it's going to really test their mental fortitude coming into Game 3, losing the game in such fine margins after being really set up well to take the victory with the Infernal Soul and everything else.
I mean, we both saw in the previous series as well, Altar of Kings did find themselves 5,000 gold ahead, even 10,000 gold ahead, but they were just not able to close the game out. They were not about to close the game, and having a hard time against some of the weaker teams compared to Temple of Kings. I mean, I guess every team is a weak team compared to Temple of Kings, but you just can't make those sort of mistakes in a grand final against likes of Black Infinity, Angel's Lotus, Kratos, Katrina bot, and RTO. And this game was so close when the bot lane of Temple of Kings was just not on point. I think let's just not take that away. T-Berry and Clickbait did really well in the lane for themselves. I think that was the only positive point that they would be looking to take away from that game, and this misfortune just was so far ahead, but alas, at the end it just did not matter. And unfortunately for Altar of Kings, they find themselves 2-0 down in this best of 5 for the grand finals, playing for the 50,000 rupees first place prize. And Kaka, how do you even come back mentally from this loss?
I think you just have to take it one game at a time now, and just focus on the things that did go well. The bot lane did beautifully. The top lane Olaf pick was really significant. He had a lot of pressure as well. I like the Maokai pick coming in, and I think it's going to be a big game 3 for these guys now.
Definitely. So jumping right into the draft for this third game. So for Altar of Kings, it's just 3 best of 1s in a row. If they want to bring it back, they have to bring the rabbit out of the hat. They have to do the impossible. They have to fight against all odds. They have to climb Everest itself to have a chance for that prize. And Temple of Kings, they would be looking to make a replay of that first game, not the second game, and make sure that they cleanly finish the series off in a 3-0.
Yeah, and just talking about the picks and bans again, the Karthus was left open in game 1 and they paid the price for it. They lost the game. Black Infinity just steamrolled throughout the game, was so ahead, did a lot of damage as well. So that will see the ban phase. So does the Kindred. I don't think they are Altar of Kings are comfortable playing against it. On the opposite side, Suvo's Rel has been banned for all 3 games now. I think that warrants a ban as well, especially seeing how he performs on that champion. And the Staples Zinzao and Nocturne ban against
3 jungle bans for the side of Altar of Kings. Ban that just
thing is,
shows
you still can't ban him out. You can
cannot.
direct as many. The Y is open now. He'll just first pick it, and now you're looking like a fool again because the Y was banned in the first game.
Yeah, I mean, there's just no winning in draft against these guys. You try to ban out Black Infinity, but you can't. And as you try to do that, Black Infinity still gets one of the strongest junglers available right there for first picking. And then suddenly you have not banned out a single mid laner, you have not banned out a single top laner, and Katrina bot will just be looking to pick whatever champion that he wants. And the draft just not looking that good, at least the ban phase for the side of Altar of Kings.
Yeah, but the pick phase, I do have to say, I like the Sejuani pick, and I really hope they pair it up with the Ashe. They are going to go for the Kaisa. I would have loved to see the Ashe, honestly, because Kratos is going to pick either Leona or Nautilus, something like that. And if you pair up the Braum as well with the whole Freljord comp, I think that's just so obnoxious to play against with a lot of CC and damage. But Kaisa again has been a priority pick for both the teams. Has seen some play in the last 2 games in the jungle and in the bot lane, and the Vayne will get locked in. So I think these guys are just very comfortable now.
Ooh.
They just think they're gonna win whatever they pick, regardless of whatever they pick.
I mean, the Vayne against the Kaisa. So after the first game, I think Altar of Kings would have learned their lessons. I highly doubt this Kaisa is going anywhere except that AD carry role. So Vayne can be played against the Kaisa. Both of them have similar ranges. It's going to be paired up with the Leona. So already very strong engage coming on from the side of Temple of Kings with this Leona and the Y locked in already, and late game security being provided by this Vayne.
Yeah, I would really like to see the Braum come in here. They do go for, they are hounding the Senna. I would just like to see the Braum here. Braum would be a really power pick, but they go for the Senna anyway. Looking for that lane pressure. Not the worst call, but I think Braum would have just been so great with the Sejuani as well, because you can proc that double stun onto their targets, and now Sejuani is left with 2 range champions. Not really a lot of synergy, at least from the bottom lane. Talking about the ban phase, Aatrox gets banned now against RTO, and Nasus will see the ban cycle as well.
Definitely Suvo going for his comfort on Senna, not necessarily going on a better team comp sort of champion. Regardless, I think Senna can provide a lot of support in this Leona lane. So early game as well, Vayne should not be posing that much of a threat. So bottom lane, I think they'll just be looking to farm up. Not a lot of kill potential coming on, but if the Y comes and tries to shake things up, it's a different story. On and Aatrox were taken away, so were the Mordekaiser and the Nasus. So 4 top lane bans to finish it off, and we see the Olaf yet again. I mean, why not? Dead Corporal was doing well on that champion, and he was beating RT around in the lane, and he was just such a menace. So comfortable to pick that one up again.
Yeah, and Olaf, I mean, no fault of his own. Dead Corporal did perform very well in the last game. Did perform exceptionally yesterday night as well when he got the quarter kill on the Olaf and turned the game on its head. RTO will pick up his one trick, but into the Olaf, it's a very bad matchup for the Renekton. I think Olaf wins that matchup pretty easily. So I think that's sort of a self-counter pick right there. and the Altar of Kings will be pretty happy with that.
I mean, I guess RTO has played this champion so long. He would have played this matchup as well, like multiple times. So he would have told his team, like, look, guys, back me up, get me the Renekton. That's why my name is Renekton top only. So let's see
Yeah.
if this is gonna work out for him, or he's gonna look like a fool in the top lane. But for most part of the series, Dead Corporal was getting up with a lot of CS advantage earlier on in the game phase, and already he has a very strong matchup for him there as well. So the team comps have been rounded off with the Silas, so melee lane champion, good synergy coming on with his jungler, good ultimates to steal there with the Leona and Y at least. And what are you feeling looking at this team composition?
I'm not a big fan of the Silas pick right here. Sure, the Leona ult is pretty good, but except for that, I don't see any hard value coming out of the other ultimates. Especially the Y ult, you can go in, but who are you going to ult? If you jump on the Syndra, then they have a lot of CC just to kill you as well right there. So I'm not a big fan of the Silas pick. But again, Thorfinn performed really well on that Silas yesterday. And they are picking their comfort champions now. From what it looks like, the Olaf, Sejuani, and the rest of the picks as well.
I mean, yeah, so draft just going towards the side of, guys, let's just pick what we are comfortable on. Do you think these are the effects of the mental boom from the second game? Like, they're like, okay, guys, let's just get into the game and pick whatever we want to pick, and let's see what happens.
100%, that's exactly it. Because the draft could have been better from the side of Altar of Kings. But then again, Temple of Kings have drafted the Vayne in the bottom lane. And if they lose Prio there and the Kaisa gets out of hand, then I think she can roll over this game pretty easily, especially with the Senna and Sejuani supporting her from behind.
I mean,
So
definitely.
draft is quite even, I would say, because I think both teams could have drafted better.
Okay.
I would have still liked to see the MF along with, let's say, Braum or any other CC champion. But they do decide to go for the Kaisa and Senna. And again, it's anyone's game now based on the draft.
Definitely, look, talking for that bot lane Pryos of two range champions for the side of Altar Kings, I think they should be having Perma Pryo on this Vayne and the Leona just constantly pushing them in. In the mid lane, Syndra should be having Pryo over the melee Silas with the amount of utility that she has of her own. And in the top lane, I expect a big CS difference in favor of Dead Corporal again. Renekton should not be comfortable in lane against that Viking top side, and all eyes on Black Infinity yet again. Faces 3 bans in the first phase against himself, just instantly locks in the Y, does not have a second thought for that, and we know how comfortable he is on the champion as well. So looking forward to see what that Y can do and provide that early game pressure with the ultimate.
Yeah, and this game is really going to revolve around how Kratos and Black Infinity decide to play. We have seen the two of them have great synergy together, especially on playmaking champions. Black Infinity does tend to just camp that lane out and make Kratos really free to roam around in the early game. And on a champion like Leona, you can come up with those early pressure into the other lanes as well, just roam around. And I think I'm pretty confident that's what's going to happen in this game as well. Expect a Black Infinity to set up a tent in the bot lane.
Yeah, and the duo, the jungle support duo from the side of Temple of Kings, just amazing as well throughout this tournament and the previous tournament as well. Kratos and Infinity just have this bond. I don't think they even have to talk to each other when they're making these plays. They're just so set up already, and when a Y and a Leona are in sync, it just doesn't feel nice for the enemy team.
Yeah, it's a lot of CC. Y decides to R someone, Leona R will follow up with all of this CC. So it's going to be a really tough game, especially for the bot lane of AOK, because they don't have the most mobile champions in this game. Especially if you get hit by the YR. I mean, you can't do anything about that. Even the Kaisa can't run away from it. and Senna does not have a lot of CC as well. So yeah, if they survive the early game, though, they do have a good chance of taking this game from the side of AOK.
Jumping right into the third game, could it be the final game, or is it time for Altar of Kings to mount the unbelievable comeback? Level 1 standard stuff going around the side of Altar of Kings. Red side will be guarding their jungle entrances. Last game we did see them take away camp from Infinity with an early invade, but none of that monkey business is gonna be happening here. Both the sides playing passive, and it looks like both the junglers will be starting towards the same side of the map. And RTO is there to provide a leash, but now he just goes back to his lane, and we do see Black Infinity actually ends up pathing bot as well, and looks like it's gonna be an opposite side start for both the junglers.
Yeah, opposite side start for the junglers. I really thought Black Infinity would try to start in the top lane to focus on the bot side. Dead Corporal will get some info in after placing his ward. Well, he's not going to place any ward. He's just going to spot that the blue buff is untouched. And leashless start for both the junglers. I think that's expected from both the sides. And now going into the game, let's see what happens. Thorfinn being really aggressive towards Catbot.
Level 1 trading coming out, so Syndra not the best champion level 1, but great clapback. Good counter engage and brings the HP bar of Thorfinn to about 50%.
Yeah, good trade there. If you remember, the day before yesterday, Catbot did get his hands on the Sylas against the Ahri of Thorfinn, and at level 2 he had gotten first blood. So trying to replicate the same thing from the side of Thorfinn. Now big wave is going to crash into the turret, so I don't think we are going to see any death coming in from either side of the mid lane.
So first wave completely being missed out from the side of RTO. He just now gets to attack the wave, but in the mid lane we do see an engage coming on by Dragoon as well. Flash follow-up will land. The stun connects from the side of Sejuani. Beautiful play coming out by Altar of Kings to secure the Sylas the first blood.
Yeah, that was a beautiful flash W by Dragoon. Predicting Catbot's flash, it stuns him right there, synergizes with the Sylas, and the Sylas is the beneficiary of this first blood in game 3.
And we did see Black Infinity actually trying to invade this blue side of Altar of Kings, but his mid laner going down just meant that he will have to back off. Now Thorfinn is not on the chain, unfortunately do miss, so that means this is the opportunity for Catbot to have some damage back, and the Sylas already looking so comfortable. Thorfinn is out to make a statement.
Yeah, and good trade by Thorfinn. Is going to go
flash
back.
Follow-up, the chains will connect, and the Kingslayer follow-up, a solo kill in the mid lane. Thorfinn 2-0 up already at 3 minutes, and things are not looking well for this Syndra and Catbot.
Oh, this is looking really bad for Catbot in the mid lane. Did die first blood, burnt his flash, uses his TP to get back into the lane, and Thorfinn had not even gone back. Catbot deciding to try to cancel the recall coming out from Thorfinn, pays for it with his life. Oh my god, this is going to be so rough for him in the mid lane now, because every trade that the Sylas decides to take, I mean, it's going to be a really hard win for him.
Yeah, definitely 2-0 up already. 2 kills onto Katrina bot. Akshit would be stunned, and usually he's not on the side of a losing lane, rarely ever is on that side, but he finds himself there right now. So let's see how his plan of action changes and how he can make sure the Sylas does not get out of hand. Meanwhile, in the bot lane, as we expected, the double range of Kai'Sa and Senna have gathered a big CS advantage, and again the chains connect. As soon as the chains connect, Catbot loses 3/4 of his HP and is looking rough for the Syndra.
Yeah, and that's just going to be the story of mid lane right now. Catbot does decide to stay back. He was contemplating recalling right there, but this could again prove to be costly. But why is around the corner just in case Sylas decides to be a bit aggressive in the mid lane, and let's see how this exchange goes. I think Thorfinn will be looking to go all in here, especially after the Syndra has just burned her E. Kratos is again in the mid lane as well, trying to cover their mid laner in case there's a gank happening. And yeah, this mid lane is really looking rough right now for Catbot. And Catbot, along with Black
The stun
Infinity,
will
spending a
connect.
lot
The
of time
flash forward engaged by the Leona is there, but Thorfinn barely surviving, goes back in, gets the kill back onto the Syndra. Really well played by Thorfinn right there. Make sure that he does not die for free. 3 members invested from the side of Temple of Kings, and it ends up being a 1-for-1. Thorfinn is laughing at his monitor right now.
Yeah, 2 flashes burned as well from Kratos. Uses his ignite, uses his flash. Black Infinity uses his flash as well. Thorfinn trades 1-for-1 in a 3 versus 1, and the kill ends up going to the Leona, and not the person that you wanted to get the kill. And this is so rough for the side of Catbot. At
we
least
did
he
see Temple
is
of Kings
struggling.
try to bring back their mid laner into the game, but after that, do you think it's just time for a change in plans? Just dump that lane
Catbot
altogether?
just has to stay under the turret and just take whatever he can get. Dragoon is hovering around the mid side, trying to cover, help Thorfinn push out. Will do so, and yes, you have to change the strategy a bit. Try to punish the bot lane instead. See if you can get the Vayne ahead. That it does not matter how far ahead Silas is, but the objectives are going to get picked up. And Thorfinn is still here. Takes the Leona ult, misses it completely. But it does not matter. He's just so far.
Fighting near the dragon pit already. Lot of damage actually being dealt onto the side of Altar of Kings. The Vayne being left unchecked, as we have seen many times before. Angel's Lotus slipping under the radar and just shreds through the side of Altar of Kings. The stun will connect from downtown, so they ended up taking down 3 kills for themselves right there, and Vayne gets 2 of them.
Yeah, a 3-for-2, I want to say, coming in. If we can get a replay of that, we'll know. But a rough fight. I am not sure how AOK has managed to lose that fight. Just look at the stolen Leona ult. He completely whiffs that. Angel's Lotus did not even get damaged by it, and off that beautiful 3-man stun coming out from Catbot finishes Dragoon off.
No one is looking at this Vayne.
Vayne, yes, and the Kaisa as well got a double kill there, so he will be happy as well. But I think this could have gone so much worse for the side of TOK had Silas's ult landed on anyone.
So yeah, off the back of that, we see the golds are dead. Even the gold difference has been eliminated by the 3 kills coming for the side of Temple of Kings, and on to the right members there as well. But meanwhile, in the mid lane, Black Infinity does have his ultimate, will end up using that. The knockup is there. Let's see if the Syndra stun is there to follow up. I think that is on cooldown, so decide to go back. Thorfinn actually decides to Kingslayer in to get the heal, but it's just a matter of time. But Dragoon is here. The Dragoon is here to provide some support, and even after using the Y ultimate, there's not gonna be a kill on this fed Silas. Actually, Dragoon gets caught out near his Raptors as well. So again, this jungle and support duo that we were talking about, Kratos and Black Infinity. Sejuani actually staying alive for a long time, actually managed to survive with her life. So the Y lacking the damage right there to finish the Sejuani off.
Yeah, 2 really close calls in finishing off the Silas and Dragoon's kill, but unfortunately unable to kill either of them. And in the bot lane, like, T-Berry is making...
Ooh, Dragoon, you do not want to be doing that. You're 300 HP.
There?
I mean, Thorfinn is here as well with the Syndra ultimate of her own, will get the kill on to Syndra right there. Now here comes the cavalry, the bot lane. Kaisa ultimates forward. Kratos is gonna go down. It's just a matter of time. They end up giving it to T-Berry. The Kaisa goes on a killing spree.
And Dragoon will be smiling on that death timer, thinking, yeah, that's exactly what I planned. That's how it was. This was supposed to go. I was supposed to start the dragon at 200 HP, and 2 of you are going to pay for it. Again, T-Berry finds himself another kill. Thorfinn gets the kill on the Syndra, and what was looking to be a really bad call, and it was, somehow turned out to be in the favor of AOK.
I mean, yeah, complete lapse of judgment right there by Dragoon to start that one out, but ended up going in favor of Altar of Kings regardless, just because how far ahead Thorfinn is and how good he is playing. Just completely deletes Syndra off the map, gives her a taste of her own medicine, presses the outplay button with the ultimate, and then Kratos was soon to follow. So we have a quick pause, we have time to look at the scoreboards. 10 minutes into the game, 7 kills to 5 for Altar of Kings. They have a minute 1000 gold lead advantage, but most of that gold sits on the Silas and the Kaisa, exactly where they want that gold to be. And on the side of Temple of Kings, it's the Syndra finds herself struggling. 46 CS at 10 minutes, that's just not what we are used to seeing on Akshaj.
Yeah, but I think this has been the story of this tournament, I would even say, for a lot of teams and a lot of mid laners. I think farming has not been anyone's forte coming into this tournament. Really unfortunate that the first ultimate that Vi cast did not land up getting her a kill, and it's such a big cooldown, just like the Nocturne ult. Once you turn 6, it's such a big power spike that you are expecting to get a kill whenever you ult. Does not happen, and now he has to wait it out completely. And just the fights are going in such a weird fashion that AOK, although are taking the wrong fights, they just keep winning because of how ahead they find themselves. And yeah, it says 1000 gold ahead, but in terms of what their champions can do and how the gold has been distributed, I think AOK will be feeling very confident.
Yeah, and the saving grace right now would be that they have the Vayne, which is 2-0 and 1 up, so slowly but surely scaling. But I think the game needs to be at a state for Angel's Lotus to carry it out, and the odds are definitely stacked up against him, because this Olaf, when he comes into the team fight, his eyes are gonna be set on that Vayne. He's gonna make sure Vayne is not able to auto attack anyone else in his team, just gonna run up with his ultimate and ghost onto his head, make sure life is hell for Angel's Lotus. And let's just hope that Catbot sorts everything out and is able to bring himself back. And for the side of Altar of Kings, let's hope they can keep this onslaught up and get a huge gold lead.
Yeah, they would want to keep the pace of because Temple of Kings are visibly struggling, especially in the mid lane, which is like one of the pillars of strength for that team. 50 CS in 10 minutes is unheard of from the side of Akshaj, at least, because he is so efficient in farming and playing the game well as a mid laner, and right now he's struggling big time.
Definitely just sitting on the lost chapter and 2 small magic books, and RTO actually doing well for himself, stays even in farm, but Black Infinity finds himself between 3 members of Altar of Kings, uses his flash to buy some time, clickbait does go down, Angel's Lotus just putting that silver into AOK, will end up getting 1 kill back at least. And Thorfinn survives barely with his life as Catbot was about to combo him, but great stun back right there, make sure that he stays alive. Dragoon is in the middle of 2 members, does not have his ultimate right there. Meanwhile, Dead Corporal sneakily trying to start the grubbies right there. Now both the top laners will be looking for that last hit. Dragoon actually, Dead Corporal actually secures the 4th one for his team, so massive outcome right there for Altar of Kings.
Yeah, Altar of Kings, again, both the mid laners getting a kill, but unfortunately, Black Infinity tried to flash away from the Glacial Prison, only to land back up on it anyway, and ends up dying again in the mid lane. Thorfinn
Thorfinn feeling himself, feels away the
A beautiful Leona
Renekton
ult. I think he's
ultimate to
gonna die
keep
here.
himself alive. The Leona ultimate will make sure that he is shut down. Now Catbot has come and he has secured the kill on this Senna as well. So you saw there the lapse in judgment little bit from AOK. Thorfinn was just feeling so confident. He ended up going in 1v3 essentially and ends up giving a kill. And look at the scoreboard. Suddenly the Syndra 4-4 and 4 has a 200 gold bounty and Akshaj is back.
Yeah, he is back, and how? And again, like, this is something that we see every time AOK plays. Thorfinn with the over aggressiveness, somehow throwing his lead and getting caught, and now the Syndra is well and truly back in this game. 4 kills, 200 gold shutdown is almost equal in farm. Only 1 CS difference, completes the Luden's Tempest as well, and somehow Akshaj has found a way to get back in the game. But it has to be said, Thorfinn has to do better with the lead that he had gotten for himself.
Never count Catbot out. It's not over until it's over for this guy, and suddenly I think he will be confident fighting the Silas now. Meanwhile, Renekton top only, and the Olaf will be going 1v1 against themselves. Good flash to dodge out the axe. The Fury is there to provide the heal, but alas, the thunder of the gods will take down the Lizard in the top lane. The fighting continues.
In the bot lane.
Black Infinity will catch out Clickbait with his ultimate and will end up getting the kill as well. Lotus does get the stun onto T-Berry, but too far ahead into their turret, so not resulting any more kills there. So gonna be a 1-for-1 across map for both the teams.
Yeah, 1-for-1, but Dead Corporal getting that solo kill now will get a couple of plates for himself. Meanwhile, Dragoon is securing the Void Grubs as well. Or is it the Rift Herald? I think it's the Rift Herald that he's trying to get. So it turns out to be a pretty good trade from the side of AOK, only losing the Senna, who was already 0-3. So if you do lose her again after Black Infinity had to burn his ult, I think it's a good trade. So they'll be pretty happy with how things are turning out to be.
I mean, yeah, and it was the Void Grubs, so 6 Void Grubs for the side of Altar of Kings. Huge damage onto structures will be followed up every time they try to auto attack a turret right there. This game delicately imbalanced, 15 minutes, both the teams even in gold, and it's just such a back and forth between these teams, and it's looking like more of game 2 compared to more of game 1.
Exactly that. And now Thorfinn is, oh my god, if he ended up landing his abscond there, or gets the shutdown. These games are so to and fro.
Back onto the Syndra, so 1-for-1 across board, but Thorfinn getting the huge shutdown already, was ahead, will make sure gets a nice inflow of cash, and on top lane, this is just so back and forth between RTO and Dead Corporal, and now great slice and dice, but the flash follow up with the ultimate from the Sejuani makes sure that RTO goes down, and this will be free damage onto the outer turret with their 6 grubs.
Yeah, and they might even be able to take the turret out as well because of the 6 Void Grubs.
Teleport coming on through the bot lane to protect T-Berry.
Great
Uses his
flash
ultimate
T-Berry
to survive by more time. Thorfinn finds the chains onto the invisible Vayne, gets the kill there. Catbot will try to run away from this Conqueror stacked up Silas, but there are 3 members from the side of Temple of Kings as Black Infinity goes on a killing spree in the background, does take down Clickbait, and Thorfinn will cancel the recalls. I mean, I thought he was trying to be naughty there and trying to go in between 2 people, but that was not gonna happen.
Yeah, he is still being very aggressive right here. I'm not too sure. Why would you try that? Just
limit
stop
testing
it.
In a final game of a grand finals. There is just no need for you to do that, my man. You're already so far ahead, doing so well for yourselves. Why are you throwing away your lead?
Find yourself 2-0 down in the series. You have had a great early game. You get the shutdown on Vayne. There is absolutely no reason to try to go in 3 versus 1. Even if you kill the Syndra, then what? That is just... I am at loss of words. Like, I'm not sure why you would do that.
The
and
replay
that's
we
such
saw
a big
great knock-up, actually cancelling out the damage from the chains coming out from Thorfinn. I think the Kings player, so Black Infinity doing really well there. Finds himself with a 300 gold bounty for 2 and 5. And again, at the back of Black Infinity's command, TOK march on forward.
Yeah, it's just I'm still trying to find my words back after watching that. Like it's just I am not too sure what to say. Regardless, Olaf will now go back. Will go to the bot lane now. He's very strong. 157 CS at 17 minutes. Has the 150 gold shutdown. Has taken top turret. And again, Dead Corporal on this Olaf has looked really good throughout. Like whenever he's played it, and in this game at least, he has chosen not to take the TP, but he has gone for Ghost and Flash. So he is playing for himself. Black Infinity was 0-2 and now he is 4-2 and 5 with 300 gold shutdown as well. So he has come back into the game as well.
Yeah, Ultra of Kings still find themselves with the very minutest of goal leads, but holding that thought, Black Infinity does end up getting caught, but will pass away. This Sejuani trying to put around as much CC as he can, but here comes the re-engage with the Renekton, and the Silas ends up going down. The most fed member from the side of AOK, the Kaisa is scurrying away, but will not be able to do that. Kill secured by the Vayne, and 2-0 in favor of Temple of Kings for a fight which Altar of Kings decided to start, but they're not done yet. Kratos, great engage coming on to Dragoon. Another kill for this Vayne. Catbot ends up getting executed. I mean, I guess that's fine because he bought his Vayne more time to get those auto attacks in. As long as you're not giving away kills, it's okay. But Dead Corporal is here to try to salvage something out of this situation. But can he? Okay! The lightning, the true damage actually secures the kill right there. Now Innsmouth is forcing the flash out of clickbait, and just chaos going all over.
Beautifully played there by Dead Corporal. Uses the flash, gets out, gets the kill onto himself, runs away from Angel's Lotus and Kratos. And if we can get the replay of the fight that happened before, the 3-4-1 exchange in favor of TOK, and they get the mid turret as well. So what was looking like to be a great game that was supposed to happen for Thorfinn and his teammates, again it's now looking bleak. They are behind in gold, and the gold split has been excellent for the side of TOK because the Vayne has 200 gold shutdown, 5 kills, and the Y as well. So if you just look at this fight here, Olaf goes in onto the Syndra, makes her very low, unfortunately could not finish her off. Thorfinn again finds himself between 5 members, and then it was just about chasing them down and killing them. In picture in picture
we do see the side of Silas and Olaf actually take down the shutdown over on Black Infinity, and the fight is still continuing. RTO will take down Silas. I think over aggression coming on there by Dead Corporal. They should have just backed as soon as they got the shutdown on Black Infinity, but Dead Corporal just did not decide to go back and face checked into the Tribush. Was greeted with the hungry Temple of King team members and ends up going down there as well. Great root landing onto T-Berry by Kratos, predicting his dodge, and Catbot will secure that kill as well. So again, Altar of King starting the fight, get the pick, but just decide to stay on for long time, and Chase ends up going behind.
Yeah, and I think this has been the story of the whole tournament. At least the games against the top sides for AOK, always just a little bit over eager and overzealous, and they always end up paying for their mistakes. Like the poor Kaisa had to die there for no reason at all. Olaf did get a shutdown onto Black Infinity, traded from the side of Angel's Lotus, and again another team fight victory. And this Vayne pick, which we were pretty skeptical about, is now looking like it's the best thing since sliced bread.
Vayne 7-1 and 6, definitely way ahead of the curve, already reaching the 3-item stage very quickly. Shortly before she completes that, I think it's gonna be the Terminus Not sure what he's going for right there, but here Black Infinity being forced to face check the mid lane. But great Leona ultimate will make sure Dragoon and Thorfinn cannot go any further, but there is a Vayne in the background actually ends up going down, shut down by the Kai'Sa, but Black Infinity has other plans. Double kill coming on for his side. I guess Angel's Lotus trying to limit us a little bit right there. Tries to flank with his ultimate and was just focused down so quickly. But fortunately for the side of Temple of Kings, Black Infinity and Gang was there to make sure that it still goes in their favor.
Yeah, and now they are going to look towards that top mid-second turret. Dead Corporal does decide to ult in. Is going to pay for it with his life, and yet again we just keep seeing these same mistakes again and again and again.
Definitely, and it is.
I wouldn't be surprised if Thorfinn decides to go in 3 versus 1 here and ends up trading his life.
Or like just trades up dice, but I guess that is not gonna happen. But look at this, Catbot and Kratos are here. Good engage coming on by the Leona, gets up the kill onto the Kai'Sa. Now Thorfinn does have the Syndra ultimate. Let's see what he decides to do with that. But just so many death timers taking for the side of Altar of Kings. That just means Temple of Kings has this opportunity to take down this Baron, which is going down so quickly with this Rage Blade. Vayne and blue team will secure Baron Nashor at 23 minutes.
Yeah, and I think this game is what looked like it was going to be the game that AOK might turn their fortune around has gone down the drain. And again, business as usual. TOK looking at another 3-0 performance in the grand finals, and AOK will only have themselves to blame for this one at least.
Definitely, they had such a strong early game. Thorfinn was, I think, 7-4 or something. Oh, holding that thought. Angel's Lotus caught sitting duck in the mid lane, but actually managing to kite very well. Does end up taking down the ADC before going down himself, and now the Goon squad has arrived from the side of Temple of Kings to help his buddy out. The Olaf is there to flank. Let's see how much damage he can do. Black Infinity will definitely end up going down now. Catbot is trying to run away from this Olaf. The ult duration should be done pretty soon, but the resets are giving him so much time. CC immune for the entire duration, and Dead Corporal is just snatching something out from the jaws of defeat.
Yes, a 2-for-3 trade onto the Baron up TOK. Black Infinity, Catbot, Angel's Lotus, all of them are going to die. A good fight by Dead Corporal. Again, this guy has tried his level best to do whatever he can to be on the winning side of this matchup. Has gotten the solo kill in the top lane, is playing the Olaf to perfection, but again, it's just if it was only up to him, I think he would be carrying it, but he unfortunately can't. And I don't think there's too much loss for the side of TOK. They do lose the dragon, but they still have Baron on 2 people, and the Vayne is again just scaling.
I mean, yeah, just scaling, did complete the terminus and is just an on-hit monster. I mean, you did see you had the perfect engage onto the Vayne, found her alone in the mid lane, and still Angel's Lotus made sure that he took one member down with him. And 25 minutes into the game, 5,000 goal lead for Temple of Kings, just trying to build on that and trying to close this game out. Thorfinn and Black Infinity will find each other. Black Infinity feeling confident to ult onto this Silas right there. They're brawling it out. Meanwhile, T-Berry and the other member from Temple of Kings fight in the bottom half of your screen, but the re-engage is there right now. T-Berry gets stunned up, locked in, and will go down. So, again, favorable for Temple of Kings.
Yeah, and it's just unfortunate positioning for T-Berry. I mean, you can see your Olaf is pushing bot. All you need to do is just be in the lane, clear the waves, buy time for the Olaf, who will be able to at least buy a lot of time, even if it's a 1v2. But in return, they do lose the top turret, lose their AD carry, and trade the bottom tier 2 turret for it. So overall not
Thorfinn
the worst
flash
trade as well.
forward, going
Thorfinn,
really aggressive onto Katrina.
This is
bot, but
1v2 by the
Kratos
way.
is here. He's not realizing that Kratos is here to provide the peel off, but here comes his team. Great teams will connect at max distance now, along with the help of his support and the jungler. Kratos should be
Dragoon.
going down, but the Leona is just so tanky. Dragoon unfortunately missing his initial W. Kratos is still alive. Dragoon misses the Q as well, and Kratos just buys so much time now. Guess
And now the
that.
cavalry is here.
Yeah, Angel's Lotus and Black Infinity here to bring the justice back onto the side of Altar of Kings and
Angel?
okay, so that just happened. He just decided to tumble into two people. Dead Corporal is like, nah, you don't do that when I am around. Now Black Infinity trying to run away, finds himself 1v3, will try to queue as far away as he can, but it's just a matter of time before he goes down to the fury of this Olaf and the Kaisa. So very, very poorly played team fights for both the sides, I believe, right there.
Yeah, and it's just a lot of team fights for nothing. RTO being the smart guy that he is, takes the bottom second turret, gets the 700 gold onto himself, 200 gold shutdown. But that fight in the top lane, I'm not sure what they fought for. Thorfinn deciding to go in, gets killed, and then it just trades back and forth. And Vayne, Angel's Lotus somehow tumbled in towards Dead Corporal and ended up dying for it. So it's just a really poorly played team fight from both sides.
One thing I have to say, at one point Thorfinn was 7-4 or 7-3 if I'm not wrong, and now he finds himself 7-10, so I don't know what's going on right there. Now,
This game, we just have to catch our breath now. Finally, we get some pause in action. But as I say that, there are pings going on towards the mid side, and the Silas again, he's so trigger friendly. He will be looking to fight again. Is 2 levels down on the Vayne.
That is just
He's level 13,
horrible.
the same level as his support.
He's just trying to fight everywhere whenever it's not favorable for him as well, and ends up paying with experience difference, minion difference, and like life difference as well towards the end. And game going a little bit slow. The Baron buff has spawned. Both the teams are here. Just RTO on the opposite side of the map does not have his teleport, remember, so if AOK was to force something, it would be a 5v4, but both the teams decide to back towards the mid lane to get the priority there. And the turret is very low, but
but they will be able to defend it, and this is pretty huge, them defending this turret, because that allows them to still keep the vision in.
Sejuani ult being
Dragoon will
used
just
for
throw out
no reason.
Yeah, that's a really big miss there. But look at the Olaf, he's taking the red buff and has such a great flank. He is coming in from behind. He's going to get spotted though.
The flank comes around for Dragoon, for Dead Corporal right there. They do end up taking down Katrina bot. The fight continues in the mid lane. Thorfinn going dangerously low. Black Infinity on the verge of death. He finally
Angel
goes
is
down.
untouched.
Thorfinn will go. Angel's Lotus getting to attack freely. Angel's Lotus with a double kill, and he will put his attention back towards Dead Corporal, and guess what? This is gonna be the triple kill coming out for Angel's Lotus. So this is what happens when you do not focus down the Fed ADC. The flank was there, flank was good. They completely took out the Syndra from the fight. I don't think she got to use even one ability right there, but Angel's Lotus was just too much for them to handle, and free delivery there for a Sejuani. I think Dragoon's gonna have
Black Infinity and Syndra spawn. RTO is taking that bottom inhibitor. They will just rush to that Baron and look to close out this game now. And just looking at the team fight again in a bit. Dead Corporal did have a really, Thorfinn just wants to fight again and again. Like, let him
this
just do
time
his
they
thing.
end up getting RTO, so 54-second death timer on him right there. Thorfinn still going forward, just right clicking onto the enemy team, Temple of Kings, but they are gonna be securing this Baron without any contest. Oh, it goes dangerously low, but the smite is there from Black Infinity. Can always trust him to do that. Thorfinn finds himself in stasis between 3 people, will end up going down. Now the Vayne looking
look at
to
the
chase,
death.
but
Yeah.
smartly deciding not to face check into the bush. So they secure Baron on 4 members, Temple of Kings.
Yeah, and now it will just be a matter of how they decide to end this game. But if the series has told us or indicated anything to us, I don't think this is going to be as simple as we expect it to be. Again, both the teams are struggling to end the game when they have the lead, and these, pointless team fights just keep happening. And Thorfinn really needs to go back and look at himself after this series and decide what kind of player that he wants to be, because 12 deaths, still level 14 on a mid laner of a top 2 team in a grand final. I think you should be performing much better.
Yeah, and it was looking like he was gonna be the star for his team earlier on, was just making amazing plays with his Silas, but then it has just gone on a tilt spree. Ended up dying like 6-7 times in a row, dies 12 times as a mid laner. Now again will use the Y ultimate, and this time it looks like it's a great engage. Olaf gets the shutdown onto the Vayne. Now let's see where the damage source is. The Syndra is alive, but I don't know what she can do. But RTO in the background just culling down the side of Altar of Kings. Dragoon is about to go down, will barely survive as Kratos buys time for his top laner there. Now Dead Corporal is still alive, does not have his ultimate available right there. So it's a very extended duration in this team fight. The Leona just refuses to go down, using her E to have a taxi around in the base forever, buys time for RTO to just run away. But great engage that time from Thorfinn, using the Y ultimate to go on to Angel's Lotus. And as soon as the Vayne dies, it's this opportunity for Altar of Kings to win the team fight.
Yeah, and that's the both side of the coin for Thorfinn. At one moment he can make the game-changing play, and in the other moment he can throw the game for his team. Again, steals the Y ultimate, takes down the Vayne instantly, and I think that alone ended the team fight for the side of AOK. Of course, it was very extended because of how tanky Renekton and Leona can be.
Angel's
Lotus in
fancying
the
his
bot lane,
chances
though.
against this Olaf. I think it's very comfortably gonna be able to take down Dead Corporal. So that's what happens when you have a fed Vayne. Level 17 on this AD carry. 5 items completed along with the security from the Jack show, and if this guy stays alive, it's just game over for Altar
Yeah,
of
and
Kings.
he is looking to make that Guardian's Angel as well. So once he has that completed in the team fight, I don't think there will be a lot of threat coming on to him. Takes down the fed Olaf. He's the only person who can do that very easily, and so he does. They are going to go towards this bot lane and try to take down the inhib.
Yeah, already knocking at the base. Meanwhile, Thorfinn is here to try to defend against RTO. I'm not sure if he can do that, but spells
That's a level
connecting
18
from the
Renekton.
side of Silas. So level 18 Renekton running away from a level 15 Silas. Flash forward. Thorfinn feeling himself, but the slice and dice make sure that he will run away. So Thorfinn still giving the Renekton a hard time.
Yeah, it's still giving him a run for his money. I do think, however, RTO can 1v1 that Silas, and I just think he just got too scared to fight him. Not sure why that is, but again, flash traded for both sides, not the end of the world. TOK do pick up that bottom inhibitor, and the dragon's going to come up soon. I think this will be uncontested from the side of AOK. I don't think they are strong enough to do it. Meanwhile, we were speaking about all these things. The Kaisa does have 4 items completed, is going to make the Rabadon's death cap, and he's very strong as well. So watch out for him in the upcoming team fights, because he can be the difference maker for the side of AOK.
We did see Kratos looking suspiciously over at the side of Dragoon. He wanted to engage on the Sejuani, wanted to have poke for dinner, but Dragoon ends up surviving. So make sure that he does not go down before the Baron spawns up. Now they are getting this vision down on the top side of the map for themselves and looking to play towards this Baron. I believe it is going to be the third Baron for Temple of Kings. Again, just name of the game is Vision. They're clearing it out. The back and forth going right there. Dragoon actually decides to go in, just a small trade coming onto the Leona over there, and both the teams are stacked up in this top lane, but look at what's happening inside the base, Kaka. The super minions are knocking on the doors of the Nexus turrets already. So red team forced to go back, and they actually end up losing a Nexus turret as well, and now they will lose the tier 2 turret in the top lane. So things just going out of hand for Altar of Kings.
Yeah, and this is looking like the beginning of the end of the tournament for AOK. Unfortunately, two inhibs down, a huge mega wave crashing onto the Nexus turrets, and they are all.
Ooh, the
Dragoon
Sejuani
made a
ends up
massive
getting
mistake
caught
there.
as well in the river, so that's gonna be a free kill. That's just gonna mean a free Baron.
Free Baron.
And yeah, it's looking bad for the side of Altar King, finding themselves 4v5. Will have to try to do something to stop this Baron from happening. They have only the one Nexus turret, which is about to go down from the minions as well. Just have a look at the map. Super minions knocking at the base of Altar of Kings. The Senna, I don't think the Senna has the damage to do anything against the super minions. And yeah, super minions end up taking down the Nexus turret as well. Now Thorfinn end up getting CC chained by this Leona, but Demacia being channeled and Olaf being a menace in the backline, takes down Katrina bot there as well. T-Berry going down dangerously low, but Kratos will end up using his utility and CC to take down the side of Altar of Kings, and is just dead corporal against the world. Can he survive? And it will not matter, as the Baroned up minions are coming in, knocking at the Nexus for the final game in the grand finals. Temple of Kings, yet again, your grand champions.
Yeah, well, it wasn't easy, I'll tell you that, and it was hard fought. 2 over 40-minute games, but our champions again, Temple of Kings, reigning supreme 2 times in a row, and who is going to stop them?
Who is going to stop them? I mean, it looked like Altar of Kings were the only team who were close to their level, but even then the gap between first and second place is just so humongous. It looks like Temple of Kings are just gonna be enjoying the monopoly on the League of Legends scene for a long time to come.
Yeah, and it is going to take something special and someone special to defeat these guys. Just the backbone of the team, Angel, Catbot, and Black Infinity. These 3 players they are capable of winning any tournament in this region, at least. The undisputed champions, and have been for quite a while. I think they decided to have a little bit of fun in that third game. But the second game was pretty close. The first game was a complete stomp, which ended in 23 minutes. And your champions again, Temple of Kings, making it look easy with a 3-0.
Again, 3-0 victory in the grand finals once again. I mean, reminding you, Temple of Kings, unsurprisingly, were the ones who took the first season of Community Cup. They went 3-0 in that grand finals as well, and yet again 3-0 in the grand finals against Altar of Kings. I mean, everyone was thinking that Altar of Kings was the only team which can come close to these guys, but these are just untouchable gods right now, and you cannot come near them. You just have to be in their shadows, have to accept that these guys are the strongest team that you are ever gonna come up against in the South Asian region for a long time to come. And again, let's give it up for our champions, Temple of Kings once again take down Altar of Kings in Crucial by Micron presents TEC Community Cup August Open powered by Zotac, and congratulations to Temple of Kings.
Yeah, and it is going to take a lot of effort, maybe a lot of shuffling for the current players to make a team strong enough to even challenge TOK. AOK, we thought had the best chance to do it, did display some of their skills, and did give us hope as well in the upper bracket finals after taking that game one. But coming into the grand finals, first game, again, it was a stomp, and in a best of 5 series, taking not even winning one game, it's just so one-sided, and TOK make it look easy every time they step onto the rift.
Absolute storm coming out. I mean, it was kind of expected, I guess. After the second game, the mental booms were starting to come in, but even then, Altar of Kings were doing so well in the early game. In the third game, Thorfinn was all over the place. He was just dominating, taking down Catbot multiple times in lane, getting trade kills back when he was getting dove 3v1. He was doing so well for himself. Just, I don't know what went wrong, what was going on in his head, that he just kept deciding to go in aggressively, and just everything fell apart towards the end.
It's just his demons, man, and once he gets that lead, he thinks he's invincible, and it just keeps on happening. This is not the first time, unfortunately, that we see him get the lead and throw it away. Catbot, Black, and these guys are smart enough to know when they can change the game in their own direction, and once they get ahead, they make it look very easy. They know how to close out the game with 1 Baron, 2 Barons maximum. So AOK do have a lot of work to do, especially when it comes to the mid game and late game, but huge props to them as well. They were playing with a substitute jungler, but it did not look like it. Dragoon stepped up really big in the whole series, I have to say. Even in the third game, did whatever he could. Props to Dead Corporal as well. He performed very solidly throughout the series as well. So a few changes and a few a brush up in the mistakes that they make, and maybe they can be competitive, but some of the players did perform to their limit and played their hearts out. And again, congratulations to them as well. 30,000 rupees is what they are going to win for finishing runners up in this tournament, and of course the grand prize will go to TOK yet again, 50,000 rupees.
Yeah, Temple of Kings, certainly their pockets will be heavier after this last game, and well done by Altar of Kings. Great showing. Runners up is nothing to be feeling bad about. I mean, okay, you are going up against Temple of Kings, so let's just hope Altar of Kings stick together, because these are the players who realistically have a chance to dethrone Temple of Kings, and we did see shades of that already in this tournament. So maybe give these guys a few more months of practicing together, 1 or 2 more tournaments more, and we might be seeing Altar of Kings actually take down Temple of Kings. Who knows? And let's just hope for more competitive League of Legends action again. So we have so many tournaments lined up, and Altar of Kings do have the opportunity to showcase that as well. And on the flip side, could it be Temple of Kings getting even better than what they already are and creating an absolute dynasty if it's not created already? So to check all of that out, make sure that you follow us on Discord, Twitter, Instagram and Facebook, because we are gonna be coming up with lots of exciting news and announcements. This is not the end for TEC and League of Legends, and from our side as well. Make sure that you stay up to date with all the tournaments lined up ahead, and make sure that you be a part of it as well. And for now, it's just all Temple of Kings, and it's gonna be a happy camp right there. So Kaka, what goes on through a player after just winning a team tournament?
I mean, it's just ecstasy all over again for these guys. I mean, winning never gets tiring. Let me just say it like that. You keep winning, and you keep that boost at the end of the tournament when you know all your hard work has paid off, and you do win the prize money. But that's not the most important thing. The most important thing is creating a legacy and just being undefeated throughout, and people will know how great you have fared and you've done it again and again. I have done it before, and these guys are doing it now, and it just feels really amazing to keep winning.
Yeah, so just taking a look at how it all unfolded. So still took 40 minutes, so it wasn't easy by any means. The early game was all towards the side of Altar of Kings, and they were doing so well. They found themselves in a 3 or 4,000 goal lead pretty early on in the game, but just take us over what happened.
Yeah, I mean, this was again a very back and forth game. Started out really well for AOK, but once TOK got the goal lead, they just kept on dominating, and the stats 6 void grubs to AOK, but TOK getting those 3 barons and then ending the game. So they did really well yet again.
Definitely, and Temple of Kings would be smiling looking back at the replay of this game. They will have quite a few laughs thinking about the second game where they almost lost, and they took the backdoor route, the XPK route once again, and I think they'll be just very happy taking another big cash prize for themselves. And Temple of Kings just yet again champion. So let's see who was the MVP for the final game of the series, and who other than the AD carry Angels Lotus did not have the best of games in game 2 was one of the reasons why Temple of Kings were doing bad, but then just brought it back. He was like, there is a reason I am the best ADC around, there is a reason people put respect on my name, and there is a reason why Temple of Kings are my team. So Angels Lotus going 15-5 and 13, 1220 damage per minute. Kaka, look at that. And
that is unheard of.
This Vayne was just unstoppable. At one point she was level 17-18, while the solo laners were at the same level as well. So Angels Lotus just showing everyone why he is the AD carry for the best team in the region. I mean, there's a reason he is the best ADC around.
Yeah, doing really well on that. Vayne had a few hiccups, but did not matter at the end of the day. Especially in game 2, he was trying to BM the opponent team and ended up dying for it. That was really funny. But yeah, Angels Lotus deserving the game MVP for game 3.
Yeah, so enough of this. We have a surprise for you. We will be interviewing the winning team, and this time around we will be getting the support from Temple of Kings. So guys, give it away for Kratos as he joins us for an interview. So first of all, Kratos, congratulations on getting this victory yet again for the second season. How are you feeling?
Yeah, thank you. It was so good.
So I think we have trouble getting connectivity with him, but just looking at his face, we can see how happy he is. So I think we are back. So Kratos, let us know, how are you feeling?
Yeah, it was good. Actually, it's my second tournament with him. So, and I won both tournaments. So it was so good.
I mean, yeah, definitely. And you were at the core part of their team as well. It was not like you were in the sidelines. You were the one going aggressive with your Nautilus plays, Leona plays, and we already saw the relationship you developed with Black Infinity. So how does it feel? How is the synergy between the jungle and support coming on for you guys?
Yeah, so I just followed with him. So I know he's good at jungle. So I just go with him and get him the kills.
So, Kaka, do you have something to ask?
Yeah, so how would you describe this tournament and the last tournament that you played? Obviously, these are your first few tournaments and you have won them both. How does that make you feel, and how are your teammates in general when you get to play with them?
Yeah, they were very supportive. So it's very easy to play with them, and it's good to win.
Okay, well, congratulations yet again, Kratos. Second time in a row you have won the tournament and you have performed exceptionally yet again. and this guy is for me the best support right now.
Yeah, definitely. I
And
was
just
about
keeps
to
on. Yeah.
about to say that. I think there is already you have made a very good case for you to be the best support around in the regions, and you came into this team and you had an instant impact altogether. So you had big shoes to fill. They were playing with Cranko before, so who was one of the best supports around for a long time. So you had to replace him, and boy, did you replace him very well. So I'm very excited to see what you bring in the future as well. Very excited to see you stay with these people, and let's hope for many more tournament victories for you. Congratulations once again.
Thank you.
So that was Kratos. We saw 2 tournaments, 2 victories, 100% win rate for tournaments for this guy.
Yeah, albeit a bit nervous, but that does not affect him at all when it comes to playing the game. He is a master tactician and just makes it look easy when he plays those engaged supports. Even brought out the milieu in the first game and played exceptionally well. So can play the both sides of the support role in the enchanters and the engaged champions. So yeah, a great pickup for the side of TOK, and it's reaping its rewards now. And he's just so good at the role itself. So yeah, congratulations to him and TOK yet again, winning the tournament, winning the August Open. And yeah, I mean, someone has to come up and give them a series and give them some competition, because this might get boring pretty fast.
Yeah, it is getting pretty old to keep telling people champions, Temple of Kings. So before we talk about what we have in the future, let's have a small unofficial vote for who do you think was the player of the entire tournament, Kaka?
Player of the entire tournament, I think it's gonna get busy. I mean, boring again, and he is one of my closest friends in the scene. I mean, it has to be the jungler from TOK. Again and again, it does not matter who he's playing against. He just today as well, 3 bans against him, brings out the Y, performs really well, gets his signature Karthus and makes it look very easy. So for me, yet again, and I am not even trying to be biased, by the way, and it's just him. He deserves all the credit, and he's just so good at the game.
I mean, yeah, the man.
Also, like, sorry to cut you off, but that dude is playing Valorant 5 hours a day. He does not touch League, and whenever he plays League, he's playing my role, so I have to go and jungle for him. And yet again, he comes in and plays like that. Like, come on, man.
I was about to just touch on that. This man just does not play solo queue. This man just does not practice. He just plays tournaments, and he's the best player in the entire tournament. That just goes to show how many levels above everyone else he is. I mean, Giga Chad with just playing Valorant all day, playing mid lane whenever we end up playing League of Legends as well. And this guy just shows the ocean of difference that is present between him and everyone else. I mean, it is black infinity, and then you start talking about anyone else. So props to this guy. Let's just hope he stays around for a long time. Represented India in Asian Games already, so bright future for him ahead. So let's hope to see him come back even stronger next tournaments. So talking about next tournament, guys, make sure you follow us on Discord, but because this is not the end of the Community Cup, and we have a lot more in line for you. Be ready for exciting announcements coming your way. We have a lot of things lined up. Make sure you do not miss that. You will be getting opportunity to take part in a few tournaments as well, and you can be the one we are talking about, be in the spotlight, make those great plays, and make sure you join the Riot Discord as well, League of Legends in South Asia, to keep up to date with all of that. And we will be back with you guys soon enough for exciting tournaments in the future.
Yeah, and with that, guys, we will be closing off this tournament as well with the winning team, TOK. Congratulations to them. AOK for having a very fine display in the tournament as well. And with that, we will be signing off, and we will see you in the next one. And goodbye, and take care.
Once there was a hunter who saw what others could not. With a magic case in her backpack, she roamed with wild abandon into the great unknown. Her gaze inescapable, her reflexes lightning fast. When armies swarmed, she went through. With eyes open wide, hands steady, holding, watching, capturing everything in sight.
The Crucial Pro DDR5 RAM kit comes with a sleek, modern look that will complement any build. But aesthetics aside, it's the performance that really matters. So let's dive into it. The default JEDEC timings are 46, 45, 45, but it does come with 2 XMP and Expo settings for those looking for a little more performance. With XMP 3.0 Profile 1, you can push the speed up to 5600 megatransfers per second. If you prefer a slightly lower speed but tighter timings, Profile 2 offers 5200 megatransfers per second at 42, 42, 42 timings. We've run some benchmarks and stress tests to give you an idea of how it performs. In general, dropping the speed and tightening the timings with the second XMP/Expo profile yielded better results for us on our test system. Paired with a Ryzen 7800X 3D, we saw anywhere from a 1 to 5% performance bump depending on workloads. All in all, the Crucial Pro DDR5 64GB RAM kit by Micron is a fantastic choice for first-time builders and enthusiasts alike.
Pick up! Come on, come on!
Eyes on the battle, not your screen, Commander.
I was thinking we could use some backup. Yes! Now, Ryder!
Steal your pride, Wolf. The fish girl is winning.
Woo!
He's mine.
Not bad, little leader.
Guessing you have a plan, Commander.
We win!
off like the others, but I hear secrets inside. You didn't pay attention, like an experiment. No, you're gonna pay for your crimes. I'll change your perspective, I'll teach you a lesson. Look at me now. Oh, look at me now. Try to take me down. Lost but now I'm found. Used to be the victim in the dead of night, but I can be a villain in the moonlight. Look at me now. In the moonlight. I'll make it my mission. Oh yeah, I'll have you wishing you could go back in time to never test my limits. Nothing you say will fix it. I'm too out of my mind. You're riding high, but I've got you this time. Oh, look at me now. Oh, look at me now. Try to take me down. Lost but now I'm found. Used to be the victim in the dead of night, but I can be a villain in the moonlight. Look at me now. In the moonlight. Got you this time, got you this time. You can't hide. Pay for your crimes, baby, that's right. Got you this time, you can't hide. Pay for your crimes, baby, that's right. Oh, look at me now. Oh, look at me now. Try to take me down. Lost but now I'm found. Used to be the victim in the dead of night, but I can be a villain in the moonlight. Look at me now. In the moonlight.
Barely breathing, don't let go. Hear the whispers, listen close. I know you've never strayed from the fold, but that's how freedom begins. Bended knees and broken bones. A bleeding heart never bleeds alone. I am one of many cries. We are far from the ashes. Rise up, break the cage, be the lion. Be the storm, be the strike of the lightning. Rise with the dawn, rage like the sun. This is what we came for. Revolution. Burn your bridges, make your choice. Fight your demons, raise your voice. They're only silent if we're making noise. So let the battle begin.